I welcome you all. I am happy that some of you came before me. I like that. When I have people coming before me. Um Asibonge usuku lanamuhla uNkulunkulu asiphe lona. Ukuba sibe la namuhla. Zu 24 kuMarch. On the day that the God had made for us to come together for this kind of a session and for this kind of a discussion. In Zulu, there is a saying, ethi injobo enhle ithungelwa ebandla. So, and today we are here for that. But before I talk much on the day, allow me to ask our DJ to lead us on the national anthem. He will play the national anthem, and I will request that we all rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may take your seat. As I indicated earlier on, we are here today on this day for this session that we refer to in the IEC as a thought leadership seminar. We have guests that are here that we've invited so that we could indulge in their expertise on the different topics that we are here today to discuss. Allow me to introduce some of our guests that we have in the house, and we appreciate and we are very much grateful for their presence, that they managed to honor our invitation, understanding that they have very busy schedules, but they managed to put everything aside and be with us today, and we are grateful to them for that. We have our colleagues from the IEC National Office. Ukhona laphayana ubaba uJames Aphane, Acting General Manager ka-Electoral Matters. Thank you, Baba Aphane, ukuba nathi. We have Miss Mafiki Dube, Deputy Director from the Department of Home Affairs. I'm not too sure if she is here. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being with us. We have Mr. Soli Molayi, Acting DTG Population and Social Statistics from State SA. Thank you. We have Mr. Vusimuzi Gumbi, our lecturer from the University of Johannesburg, that is here with us. Oh, online. Yes, okay. Oh, he would be joining us virtually. And then Mr. Zakhele Ndlovu, the political analyst from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. We appreciate Katsheni ukuthi unathi lapha manje. And then ekhaya, we have our PO, Mrs. We have our PO, Mrs. Masinga, umphathi omkhulu wengamele IEC in KZN. Siyabonga. We also have our provincial manager, Dr. Uzulu naye owengamele iCommission KZN. Thank you very much. We have IEC staff from all over the province, and they've also put everything aside to be with us here. We are very much grateful to that. And as also we have different political parties, honorable members from different political parties who are with us here today, and we also appreciate their presence. Igama lami ke ngoba ngikhona nami, igama lami kuPhakamani wakwaMabaso. Ngisebenzela yona i-Electoral Commission khona la KwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyabonga nami ukuthi ngikhona. Thank you. So without any waste of time, then I will move on with my program and ask umphathi wethu umama uMrs. Masinga ukuba eze phambili kuba officially to welcome all of us, and maybe briefly, maybe might give an indication on the purpose of today. Thank you very much.
Sanbonan, Niapil. Thank you very much for braving the weather today. It's not the weather to leave home. It's the weather to just stay in bed, have a good drink, and put on some interesting series on TV. So thank you very much for still making the time and joining us here today. My name is Ndlovu Masinga. I'm the PO for the Electoral Commission in KwaZulu-Natal. And I would like to welcome all of you to this session. I know our program director has already indicated who is here with us today. We don't have as many electoral staff, unfortunately, because we are in a very busy season. The MDB recently handed over the final ward maps for the next election, and we now have to realign our voting districts to those new wards. And our staff is preoccupied with that at the moment, but we do have our regional managers from all our 11 districts with us here today. But everyone else who is in the office is joining us live because we are streaming the session live on the various platforms, including our own IEC Facebook page. We also have with us here members of the civil society, organizations that work with us in the democracy, human rights, and civic education space in the Electoral Commission, because they play a very important role in election management as such, because they help us by preparing the ground and making sure that by the time we get into the field as the Electoral Commission, people understand what we're doing and why we do it as the Electoral Commission. So some of the organizations represented here includes the Democracy Development Program, Accord, the KZN Christian Council, and all other organizations that work as part of the Democracy, Human Rights, and Elections Forum in KwaZulu-Natal that gets involved in election observation, election conflict resolution, as well as not just in general elections, but in by-elections as well, to help us create the environment that we need to be able to deliver the type of election that we would like to deliver. We do have the members of the media. We do have tertiary institutions through the student representatives councils that are with us here. And on political parties, I think it's important that we indicate that we don't only have political parties that are represented in the legislature, but we also have parties that are unrepresented currently, but that can change anytime before the end of the year. A represented may become unrepresented, and the unrepresented become the represented. So is the space that we play in. The reason we are here today, this is part of a series of thought leadership sessions. Some of you have become accustomed to the thought leadership session that we host as the Electoral Commission, where we bring industry experts and people who are also part of our democracy, civic education, and elections ecosystem, because this is not a space where we play alone as the Electoral Commission. We are very much dependent on a lot of entities within the civil society space that feed into the work that we do, that we are dependent on as well as the Electoral Commission. And through Umadlamini, I'm not sure whether she's in the room now, Umadlamini is our head of communications, outreach, and civic education, stakeholder engagement in this province, is the one hosting this event today. And part of what we do is to always try and learn as an organization, because there is always value in having an outsider looking in, not an outsider in terms of the space that we play in, but an outsider in terms of election management, because we are the only entity entrusted with delivering elections and managing elections in the country. But there are a whole lot of other institutions that have got a role to play. And I'm not going to introduce them again, but you have already picked up that we have tried to identify key players in the election ecosystem, because we are dependent on each other. State entities that are founded by our constitution are with us today, and they will tell us why it is so important for us to have a credible voters role. We always hear that a credible voters role is a bedrock of any election. Everything else comes second, because our constitution as a country guarantees us political rights, and at the center of political rights is our ability to participate freely and fairly in an election process. And that starts with the voters' role, which is why it was so important to us that as we start preparing for the elections. I don't want to say this year's elections. I don't want to say next year's elections, because in terms of the legal framework, the term of office for the current sitting councils expires on the 1st of November this year. From the 1st of November, as the commission, we have 90 days prescribed in law within which we need to deliver an election and produce results. That 90 days starts on the 2nd of November this year and expires on the 31st of January next year. The competent authority to determine the election dates and proclaims it is the Minister of COGTA nationally, Ubabu Hlabisa. We are in communication with the department and with Ubabu Hlabisa and his management team in particular, and we have looked at all the other competing national interests within that period. We have made our wish known as the Electoral Commission, but of course it can only be a wish because we are not the authority to make a determination on election day. But we are pretty much on the same page, but we will await the Minister of COGTA to confirm when the election date is. But in terms of the law as the commission, we need to be ready at the earliest possible election date, and consistent with the culture in the country to hold elections on a Wednesday. The first Wednesday in that window is the 4th of November. So all our planning as the commission is towards an earliest possible election date, so that if the minister chooses the earliest date on the 4th of November, we are ready. So if we are working on the 4th of November as the planning date as the commission, the voters' roll will have to close 4 months before then, because we can't start our preparations until we have closed the voters' roll. Because anyone who wants to contest these elections, one of the requirements is that you have to be registered in the segment of the voters' roll where you intend contesting. That's why we have to conclude and close the voters' roll. So on the day the minister proclaims the election date, the voters' roll will close at midnight. And unfortunately, that's usually the time when people get excited, once they know the dates of election dates on that very same date, because the minister will proclaim 4 months into an election, the voters' roll will close. So we pretty much have 4 months as the Electoral Commission to perfect our voters' roll, if there's anything as a perfect voters' roll. But we are expected to do whatever we could in the 4 months as the Electoral Commission to get everyone into the same space as us. We are very worried about the quality of the voters' roll as the Electoral Commission. And part of the reason we are here today, we want to get all of you worried about the quality of our voters' roll. Because at the end of the day, for local government elections, everyone can only vote where they live and where they are registered. You can't apply to go and vote outside of your voting districts. So if you have moved house since the last local government elections in 2021, it's incumbent upon you to update your details on the voters' roll. But I'm not going to say too much about that because we've got the resident expert, Ubabu James Aphane, who will take us through what it takes to get us to a stage where we can say we are close as possible to a perfect voters' roll. So the objectives as defined by Umadlamini for today is that we want to promote a common understanding of the importance of a credible voters' roll in a free and fair election. Because we know that in looking at what's happening all over the world, elections are not rigged on election day, they are rigged during the completion of the voters' roll. The moment you disenfranchise certain people in that process, that election is already rigged, because that determines the credibility and also determines who participates and who doesn't participate in an election. We also want to identify systemic risks and inclusion gaps in our voters' roll compilation processes as the Electoral Commission. And we want to also encourage responsible oversight and engagement and common understanding across all the critical stakeholders in the election space. And we also want to build a foundation of trust in advance of an election than promoting a culture of objections after elections. So we want to all start on the same page so that you know exactly where we are as the commission, our challenges and the gaps that we've identified, and explore whether we can collaborate to try and close those gaps together. We hope that at the end of this session, we would have learned something different as the Electoral Commission. We would have explored possible avenues of collaboration with various stakeholders within the democracy space where we can work together and we can try and get every 16-year-old in this country on a voter's roll. Ubaba Makeba will close for us at the end, and part of closing will be sharing with you some of the initiatives that we've taken to try and get particularly the first-time voters onto the voters' roll. We get them on the voters' roll when they are 16, but they only vote when they are 18. And we have identified that as one of the biggest registration gaps that we have in the country. The 16-year-olds, some of them turning 18 this year, but they are not on the voters' roll. So we will hear from the Department of Home Affairs as well, where we stand in terms of that registration gap in the country. We will also hear from Stats SA where we stand, and we will together look at how we can try and get them on the voters' roll. But more importantly, we want to see how we can work together to deliver a credible voters' roll, which is a bedrock for our elections that we are planning for at the end of this year as the Electoral Commission. So thank you very much. We look forward to a vigorous engagement with all of you. Feel free to tell us where we have done wrong as the Electoral Commission, or where you think we have done wrong. This is an opportunity for us to discuss those things at least a few months before the heightened period. And we know what comes with the heightened period. We stop being friends, but we hope that if we start in that note, we can stay friends up until the day we announce the election results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You may continue. You may just continue and give her that round of applause. Thank you very much. I felt that the first one you were a bit you were a bit apologetic. So now I wanted you to come out clear and give her an unapologetically. So, oh, my tongue, I'm tongue tied. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving us the purpose for today. I hope we are all now clear on the purpose for today, and maybe you are even clear of the role that you are expected to play today as Umama Umasingo Eshule Echi. Feel free to give us that constructive criticism and also to commend us in areas where we are doing good. We really appreciate that. Um, so, the Constitution bestow upon us the responsibility to ensure that the elections are free and fair. And through these sessions, that's how we always strive to ensure that we will have free and fair elections, because we give this opportunity, we take this opportunity to tap into your knowledge also, and also to take what you can give to us going forward in a manner in which we can improve in the way in the manner in which we do things. So we hope that you will really take advantage of this opportunity and be open with us, because we are prepared to lay bare right in front of you, so that you know our processes. Because one of the values that we have in the Electoral Commission is the value of transparency. And in transparency, that's where we come right before you to say, this is how we do things. And in saying how we do things, we also explain why we do things in a particular way, so that when things happen, wherever you are seated, wherever you are, you know exactly why we do things the way that we do. Sometimes because of the policies, and sometimes mostly because the legislative prescripts say so. So it is for these reasons that we are not afraid to come in front of you, explain and explain in details all the processes, because we dearly uphold the value of transparency. It is for this reason as well that I will call upon now my colleague and my manager, Ubabo Aphane, to take this platform and explain in details how we compile the voters' roll and the complexities that are involved in the compilation of the voters' roll. Thank you.
Sanibonani, Salochani. I'm not sure if you know what that means, but that's how I greet in my home language in Limpopo, where I grew up as an Indebele. I think I must confess, I take the challenge when the PO says our resident electoral expert. It reminds me a couple of years ago, actually more than a decade, or even about two, when we were referred to in the Democratic Republic of Congo as electoral experts. Once people tell you or indicate that you're an expert, it puts an additional pressure on you to perform better, because the word expert meaning there is no room for error. And yeah, although I might not necessarily call myself an expert, you guys will decide whether I'm an expert or not. But let me share with you the overview of South Africa's voters' roll history, with a focus on the registration framework and inherent challenges. It is true that we do have challenges, and that's the reason why, as my colleagues indicated, we are very brave to share with you our processes and the challenges that we face, so that together we can ensure that we have a credible voters' roll. I know there's a text there in front which is in black. You might not be able to see it. It's deliberate. It's actually my reading notes. And it goes like this. The voters' roll is not just a technical list of names. It is the living heartbeat of our country. Without it, free and fair elections cannot exist. Today, I invite you to reflect with me on where we come from, where we stand as of today, and where we must where we must go as we prepare for the 2026-2027 municipal general elections. Colleagues, democracy is not inherited. It is renewed. Each time a citizen registers, votes, and believes that their voice matters. Next slide. Okay, I can also control from here. Now, the menu for my talk today is going to focus, as you can see before you there, normative standards, historical context, the voters' roll, voter registration tech evolution, the OVR, online voter registration, and lastly, I'll end up with challenges and opportunities. Now, if we look at normative registration standards, some of which the PO and my colleague touched on, is the Constitution itself tells us in terms of Section 1D, we are guaranteed universal adult suffrage, meaning universally without any distinction on race, religious affiliation, political affiliation, gender, we are guaranteed the right to participate in election. And we are guaranteed a national common voters roll according to the Constitution. A national common voters roll in the sense that whatever we do here in eThekwini must be the same as what we do in Umhlaba wa Lingana and in Pampierstad. So it is a voters roll that is universal across all parts of the country, irrespective of whether you are in an urban area or a rural area. And as the PO indicated, we are guaranteed regular elections. In other words, as soon as the term expires, we have to have an election. There's no reason why we shouldn't have the election because the law requests on us to continuously hold regular elections. As far as the second normative standard is about eligibility, we are all, if we are eligible, can register to vote as long as we are at the age of 16, and to vote will be at the age of 18. And then as long as we've got an identification, ID document that proves that we are South African citizens. And there's three types of documents that we accept for registration. It will be the green barcoded identity document, which we all know that as part of the Home Affairs strategy, this document will be phased out. But as it stands now, the document is still acceptable as a form of identification for you to apply for your name to be entered on a segment of the voters' roll. The smart card ID, and I think we easily use the word smart card, but it really is indeed a smart card, that identity document that we have in this country, because it's got features that we are going to take advantage of as we move forward. And once again, once you lost any of these two documents, we are going to allow you to apply for registration using a TIC or a valid temporary identification certificate. And you have to tell us where you ordinarily reside. And I must indicate, up to now, I didn't mention the word address because it's deliberate. You have to tell us where you ordinarily reside because certain sections of the country do not have conventional or formal addresses. But if you look at the third normative standard, it's about the importance of an address, which in the law, when it comes to the requirements for register, is not a requirement. But because we need to know where you ordinarily reside, by implication, you're giving us an address. But why is this address so important? It's for the Chief Electoral Officer to place you in the correct segment of the voters' roll. And secondly, is to allow political parties or contestants to be able to canvass for the elections. The last normative standard, or something that we wish to address in this election, is to make amendments to the current electoral scheme. And what are those amendments? We need to be purposeful in terms of which entries are required on the voters roll. The identity number, the names, and residence details. Because that are not clear. We want to be very clear in what is required to be entered on the voters roll. And then we also want to make it very clear on how to deal with objections to the provisionally compiled voters roll in terms of section 15 of the Electoral Act. Currently, it appears as if you can object to any segment of the voters roll. Although in practice, as you will see, we need to be mindful we can only, or we should only object to the provisionally compiled voters roll. And we also want to make sure the commission is empowered to deal with objections in terms of what to do if there's an objection, particularly when you have addresses that do not make sense, as I will show you in the next screen. And we want to make sure that no objection or section 15 objection is allowed to a certified voters roll. Because once that voters roll is certified, it implies that it is the bedrock, the ultimate, the perfect document that the PO referred to, that we need to run an election with. So we want to be very clear that objections to the voters roll are only limited to the provisionally compiled voters roll. The sum total of all of these normative standards means proof of address is not a requirement for registration as a voter. And secondly, the commission is not obliged to verify addresses nor to confirm that a voter resides at a given address. Now, this is 1994, ladies and gentlemen. And this is when we did not have the voters roll. And this picture here is a very good picture or bad picture, depending where you come from. Good as people who participated in that election, it was for the first time they do so. But remember, there was no voters roll. But bad in the sense that from an electoral practitioner point of view, an expert PO point of view, that's a nightmare. Because this is where you had a lot of people turning up in stations where you did not expect. In this country, we've had elections planned for the 27th of April, but in this province particularly, as you all remember, voting happened over 2 days because we ran short of electoral materials, particularly ballot papers. So you need a voters roll, not just to make sure that people cannot vote twice, but also for effective planning so that people's experiences are not met by long delays. But the question is, do we like queues? Do we want to see queues? The answer is a resounding yes. But those queues must move. We need to make sure we have a queue, but the queue can move. Now, what is this voters roll? And I'm going to try to be quicker because I do have time limitations. Now, the voters roll appears there. It's a comprehensive list of individuals per voting district who are eligible to participate in a particular jurisdiction in terms of elections, whether it's for national elections and provincial elections, or is for municipal elections, which, as we know, the next coming municipal general elections, there is ward elections, those district council elections, and municipal elections. But to contest elections in South Africa, you must be a registered voter. This is now the cover page of the voters roll, if you have not seen it. And this is actually the first page of the voters roll, which is something I want to highlight on this is this aspect here, because it never existed before, the address element, which is why we are here today, to make sure that the address details on the voters roll are as correct as possible. And I'll show you some of the challenges we have. In the past, we didn't have to print the voters roll like this. But since the Mhlophe judgment, we have to print the voters roll like this because political parties require those addresses, as I indicated. And then what is its purpose? The voters roll is to verify identity of eligible voters so as to protect the integrity of the electoral process and promote transparency and fairness in elections. Now, how does the compilation work? The process that my colleague referred to. It's got two key elements. The first element is compilation. The second one is inspection. And the last one is certification. Now, step number one, we are going to have a citizen who applies. He can do it either at a municipal electoral office, at the voting station, as will happen on the 20th and 21st of June this year, is a general voter registration weekend, or the person can do it online at the convenience of their home or wherever they are. Step number two, the information goes to the IEC data center, what we traditionally call a server room. And from there, we're going to interface with Department of Home Affairs. As earlier indicated, they're the ones who are the custodians of the National Population Register, from which we read eligibility in terms of citizenship. If there are any technicalities at that stage, we will investigate and correct those technicalities, such as deceased voters that pitch on election day. And then from there, we will have a provisional voters roll. This is by law, a document we need to produce for an election. The purpose of that document in step number 4 is what should happen in step number 5, inspection. We invite people as part of this joint effort to get the copy of this provisional roll, inspect it so that they can pick up anomalies and raise objections in terms of section 15 to the provisionally compiled voters roll. Step number 6, the commission will consider objection, investigate, and in step number 7, they will inform the chief electoral officer to make corrections, inform the person who is objecting of the outcome of that objection, and also inform the person affected, the voter, in terms of the changes, if any, to the registration details. Now, finally, we're going to have a certified voters roll, which is now the cornerstone to administer an election. Now, we don't do this in isolation, and the PO did touch on this. We've got key stakeholders that we walk this path with. Municipal Demarcation Board, they determine municipal and provincial boundaries with reporting lines to the Department of Provincial and Local Government. And we know when it comes to provincial boundaries, they do not have an elaborate defined process similar to the wards and outer boundaries or municipal boundaries. When it comes to provincial boundaries, there is constitutional amendments. You cannot just change the provincial boundary. You have to invoke a constitutional amendment. Department of Home Affairs, as I indicated, NPR, the custodian, Statistics South Africa, they manage statistics and they help us to calculate how many people should we be registering. And I will show you with you a screen that shows you the gap in terms of the voting age population. And then we have Protestants, political parties and independents. We have ourselves as the IEC who must register. We also have citizens who must take responsibility in terms of their details on the voters roll. The parties that I didn't mention here is civil society, which is a mistake because they are very key as part of the contestants and civil society to encourage people to register and update their details. But the key highlight is step number 6, which is the people themselves must be able to continuously check and update their details. Why? Because you may be registered correctly today, but because of the Municipal Demarcation Board, what demarcation or what delimitation process, your registration details may be affected. Now, let me quickly share with you our technology roadmap or evolution when it comes to voter registration. We start off with this thing here. We call it a zip. It's a nickname for a portable barcode scanning unit. The same device that you see the people using at the retail shop to scan the barcode of the item you are buying to link it to their payment systems. So that facility we introduced in the IEC when we started compiling the voters roll in 1999. Obviously 1998 for 1999 elections. So the gadget's job was just to scan the barcode of the ID document and scan the barcode of the map so that we can link your ID or your registration to a particular geography. We have now evolved into a generation 2 zip, wherein in addition to scanning, we also loaded the voters roll onto the gadget, which was then called a zip 2 or easy scan. That was the nickname for that type of technology we used at the time. As we speak now, we've got a smart device, a voter management device. As you can see, it has evolved in terms of, you had this small screen here. This was just a dumb data collection terminal. There's no intelligence at all. And then when we got to this stage, we're able to load at least the voters roll. We're able to issue things called sequence numbers. When you arrive at a voting station, we'll be able to tell you at what number in the voting station you are, so they can quickly find your name in Scratch. But now we've got a smart device wherein we even have intelligence as far as addresses are concerned. What is the voters roll as we speak now? Those are the figures, and I'm going to quickly run through the next slide. It's just to split the number of voting districts, the registration total, and the split between male and female, and also to show you that there's a decrease, because in election years, as we do now, we have a lot of activities that promotes people to go onto our platform to register. But the registration is very continuous. And hence we've introduced this mechanism of online voter registration, or OVR for short. This particular platform, in the past, you wouldn't be able to register on the device by yourself. You had to go to the IEC office. You had to go wait at the voting, wait when the voting stations are open on general voter registration weekends. But since July 2021, after the last LGE, we have this mechanism which is very convenient. You can do it anytime. As we speak now, we have processed 2.5 million registrations on this platform since inception. And you can see, well, it represents 9% of the registration total, 27.6 million. But what is of key note here is 40% of all these online registrations are new. And I think I skipped the slide that shows you the gap. We have a concern, which we've spoken about several times, of young voters on our voters roll. And if you look at the participation of the young voters in terms of the online platform, these are people that participated on an online platform. It's still a worrying figure. That's why it's in red. Only 35% of the 2.5 million in the entire population of online registrations. But what gives us hope is if you look at the ages 20 to 29 and 30 to 39, which is green, it means out of a total of 2.5 million, there is a sizable portion of this age cohort that is actively participating on this platform. And now we need to take care of this platform so that we reduce friction points to make sure that even the first cohort of 18 to 19 is also green. The inherent challenges, we have maintenance problems, which the PO alluded to, which is why we are here. We also have got the gap challenges in terms of how many people are registered. I thought I skipped the slide, but I think it's still coming in terms of the gap. But to deal with our challenges, we split it up into 4 phases. The first phase, before proclamation, we need to focus on youth under registration. We're working together with tertiary institutions, Department of Home Affairs, Department of Education. We've got channels that are working online wherein we share our own link into the Department of Home Affairs messaging when they send people notifications to come and collect their IDs. Those discussions that we've had with the DHA colleagues at National Office, and we hope we can be able to use those mechanisms to further advertise the online registration platform. The phase 2 is to fix the anomalies, and phase 3 is to close the gap on overall under registration. The first phase is for the young voters. It's just phases, but they obviously overlap. And then lastly, we need to make sure there is continuous voter registration and updates just before proclamation. This has to be an ongoing exercise. Now, this is more detailed, and in the interest of time, I just want to quickly go to the next slide. You'll be able to get, this is the gap that I was referring to in terms of the census figures. 79% of people that are not registered is indeed a worrying trend. There is another visual that shows you the gap, the 78% gap on youth registration, 30% overall registration. And these are possible solutions, but let me just skip to the last slide, colleagues, which is, you will get the presentation or read for yourself. Let me talk about, because I'm so obsessed and excited about online registration, OVR, because that's continuous. You can do it anytime, and we want to encourage it to happen. One of the reasons why am I talking about it now is because we've now included the GIS intelligence or the geographic intelligence on our VMD. If you do the update correctly in terms of address, when the MDB splits the voting district during a ward demarcation, we will be able to electronically update your details and inform you. So you don't have to go and look for you because we know where you are correctly registered. Now, what are the opportunities when it comes to the OVR? Digital transformation. We need to expand the online registration through native mobile apps with zero data cost rating, like we've done with the 0800. With the 0800, the IEC shares the cost. They pay for your line. And we want to encourage people to go to online, and in so doing, we want to reduce the friction points. And one of the friction points we believe is data costs. So we are almost about to conclude a procurement of a service provider who's going to help us to either do reverse billing for where we pay, or they help us to absorb the costs so that the actual user doesn't have to bear the costs. The second thing in terms of our application, which is why we're inviting you to criticize us, is when we did self-reflection, we've noticed the requirement for you to always upload an image every time you come in is a possible area of friction. Because we're asking you to always upload a high-res image, which means it's a big file and it's heavy in terms of the file size. And it's gonna cost, nothing's for free. Even though I'm talking about zero rating, somebody pays for it. So if we keep on asking you to upload a high-res image of your ID, it means we need to go and send it to whoever is we're paying for to do image recognition for us, and then you're paying for the data to send it there. You can remove the data element on your side, but we still need to pay for that. We want to piggyback on standard best practices, as in banking, wherein you're not always asked to upload your detail every time you make a transaction. This is one of the friction points we want to address going forward. Youth mobilizations, we want to embrace new media, TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, so that we meet young people where they are. We know young people are not anywhere else except when they are on the digital space, they are on platforms like TikTok, WhatsApp, and Instagram. The good thing about WhatsApp, as we all know, is one of the most used applications. It's already there on your phone. You don't have to go and download it because you have it already. All we need to do is expand our existing platform, which we already have, to do other functionalities such as voter registration. Community outreach, the IEC events, pop-up registration stations, and partnerships with NGOs to make sure that we bridge the rural divide. Transparency tools, we believe we shouldn't keep things to ourselves. We need to start sharing public dashboards, showing registration progress by age, by gender, by province, and probably by even your local area, so that we build trust, we build champions in localities, so that voter registration and credibility of the voters' roll becomes a shared responsibility. Lastly, the voters' roll is a mirror of our democracy. Let us ensure that when South Africa looks into it, every citizen sees themselves reflected with dignity and pride. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aphane. Please give that man a bell. Thank you very much for that high-powered presentation on a very delicate and a sensitive subject, which is the core business of the Electoral Commission. Because mainly we exist to compile and to maintain this voters' roll. And it is important that this voters' roll is always accurate, as Aphane has explained in details, the processes we go through to ensure that we have a voters' roll that is compliant. And If maybe I can see the representative of political parties here. The representative of political parties, do we have the representative from different political parties in this house? May I see them by the show of hand, please? Okay. I hope you noted. I will take this opportunity and go through this. I hope that you noted, as Mr. Aphane explained in detail, the use, the purpose of the voters' roll. When it is presented to you as political parties, he explained that you are given the voters' roll, a provisional voters' roll, that you have an opportunity to lodge objections in areas where you see that there are voters appearing on the segment of the voters roll that you are sure or you doubt that they reside in that particular VD or particular ward. So I want to come to this point. I hope you will know today that the voters roll is not for the purpose that on election day you sit with the voters roll in your temporal facilities or tents and keep on inviting or calling voters to come so that you inspect if they appear. That is not your responsibility. Because when you do that, we are encroaching onto our business. It is our business to manage the elections. You are not given the voters' roll to help us in managing the elections. That is solely our responsibility. So from today, I hope that it will be clear that we are no longer going to see the voters' roll on the gates where you have your voters' roll on your smallanyana tables, and we are sitting with voters' roll. We are inviting voters to come via you so that you can check them. It's not for that purpose. Thank you very much, Mr. Aphane, for that clarity. I hope now we will that problem will be the problem of the past because it has been explained the reason why you are given the voters roll. Because unfortunately, you sometimes sit with the voters roll that is not even certified. Election ka 2026, uhlezi voters roll ka 2024, ubiza abantu zoba-check. Thank you very much. So allow me to continue with the program on that note. We have a panel. My special guest now is I'm going to call upon them to ascend the stage. All the honorable guests or the special guests that I mentioned earlier on, I have this special request for them to ascend and come up here with me. I feel very lonely, so I need them here with me. Each, I have how many? I expect to have 3 coming up. This is their place. I would like to have them here with me. And I'm going to give each 15 to 20 minutes presentation. I humbly request my audience, in case maybe you have a question, you feel that you have a question that you would like to pose to any speaker presenting here, please just note your questions. I will allow the time for questions at the end. For now, I'll just allow them to do their presentations, and thereafter, I will allow the House to engage them. So let us just allow them to present freely from the beginning to the end. And then I will open time for questions. No matter how burning the question is, but we'll have to keep it on your notepad until I allow time for questions. Okay? May I have my guest coming up, because I'm not going to leave this platform until they are all here. That's the order from the program director. I direct the House. Oh, you have, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. They are in this order. I will have Miss Mafiki from the Department of Home Affairs. Then I will have Mr. Molayi from Stats. And then we'll open virtual for Mr. Gumbi. And then lastly, I will have Ukacheni. Yeah, maybe I will allow the program to run on autopilot, but maybe if I feel as a program director, I have something that I can't hold, I can just come in and come back again on stage. But for now, I will just allow my program to run on autopilot in the order that I've just called. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. Sanbonani. Sanbonani. Pilani, we're about to get information. My name is Mafiki Dube. I'm from the Department of Home Affairs. So today, what we look at in terms of us as a country getting ready for our elections, like it has been said before, please note that UDHA plays a crucial role in making sure that we've got an NPR that is not contaminated. But also note, this is not the only responsibility of Home Affairs to ensure that the NPR it is not contaminated. Basically, NPR it's our National Population Register. However, it is linked to your family trees, right? Most of the times, you will find people complaining that I've applied for an ID at Home Affairs, I did not get a response, or they are just refusing for me to get an enabling document. One, please note, when you say NPR, remember we said there's honey system, it's a family tree. Most of the times we are having foods applying, but there's no tree that they are linked to. Okay? I think now you can understand. You can't just show up as an apple, but this apple is not linked to any tree. So if your details have never been captured on the NPR, then you cannot show up when you're 25 years of age stating that you are Mafiki Dube. But in the meantime, when we check the family tree for the Dubes, there's never been a Mafiki person. Are we clear? Okay. Let me then get. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Now, so that you know, if with us NPR, it is the status of each and every person in South Africa. Okay, if you are an SA citizen, let's also get that one correct. So NPR will then capture you if you are a deceased person, whether it's a dead alive case or it's a fraudulent case of death, but we capture you as such, depending on what has been offered to Home Affairs as information, right? And also, sorry. I don't know why this is skipping, but it's fine. And then also, in trying to make sure that Home Affairs covers the wide footprints of the province, especially in KwaZulu-Natal and other provinces anyway, we have then extended the footprint through our mobile truck offices, right? And also we've moved to hospitals so that we make sure that when people are giving birth, we are there, we capture, we upload on NPR within 30 days, right? But it's not only that. Sorry. And then also we've got that situation. This is our Pretoria office in Maravastad, non-SA citizens that wants to be in the country. And some of them will find, they will do whatever it takes for them to obtain identity documents, right? So, and then also, but what is more important is for us to note that Home Affairs is a highly regulated environment. Whatever that we do, we must make sure that it's within the legalities. So at Home Affairs, we care mostly about law. And also you must understand that law has got no morals, law has got no emotions. Okay? Even if you're a ward councillor, you bring your person, you've been with this person for more than 20 years in your area and you know that particular individual, remember, if that person is a fruit hanging, then we're not going to issue because it's not within the legalities. I know sometimes Mrs. Masing and your team, we fight a lot with ward councillors, saying, which, no, I know this parent, this one has been in my ward for more than 10 years. But remember, we're talking trees and branches and roots. We don't talk fruits. Okay, basically, now what we want to ensure as Home Affairs, just to make sure that people are safe and secure in their country, and all of us are proud of their citizenship. And that can never happen if we as SA citizens are not patriotic. Also, let me state that all of the problems that we are actually noticing nowadays, your Operation Dudula, your March and March, it is because of the lack of patriotism in South Africa. We are not patriotic enough. And we are very quick to point fingers and say, it's IEC, it's so and so and so and so. Whatever that we're going through, I always say, if you're an SA citizen, before you point fingers at the government, ask yourself, what role have I played that has contributed in this mess that we find ourselves in as South Africa? Okay, so this is what we do in ensuring that our NPR is not contaminated. So we manage this. We start from birth, marriages, and death records. Then also we determine in grant citizenship. We issue travel documents, and then we issue IDs as well, right? Now, please note, like I said, the law has got no emotions. So in an event whereby you have established that the status that is appearing in Home Affairs is not correct, kindly note that according to us, it is correct. Because we work with biometrics. There's a show on TV, I'm not too sure if some people watch it here, that is called Fake Marriages, right? Whereby SA women will fall in love, marriage of convenience, they want some cash, they are being paid 300 rands by Pakistans, then now they want to deny marriages. Remember, when you get married in South Africa, we capture your biometrics, okay? And then also what we do at DHA that makes us to be so unpopular, it is whereby we do admissions into the country, non-SA citizens, whether they're coming here on business, they are coming here to invest, etc. Okay, that is part of our duty. And then the one that is giving us so much problems as well, especially to COGTA and your local municipalities, it's an issue of refugee affairs. People that come from other countries seeking asylum and refugee in the country. Sometimes these are fraudulent claims, but they end up obtaining documents. I'm going to skip that one for our key stakeholders. Now, I want us to focus on citizenship, right? That what is citizenship according to our understanding, right? It's whereby we are saying, it's whereby one is a member of a nation, okay? And then each and every person who's alive is a citizen of a particular country, right? But also because of law, other people are dual citizens. Remember, there was an announcement made by the Minister of individuals that renounced their status. Now they want to gain back their status, right? So we are busy, we're in the process of reinstating. So there's going to be more on the voters' rolls. Because when they left South Africa, they opted for other citizenships. Now they want to claim it. So you then have a person from Brussels, residing in Brussels, but also they will come back to vote in South Africa because now they've obtained their status back in the country, all right? And then all citizens have got a right to vote and carry our South African passports. And also it's important to note that in South Africa, again, you've got people that have been declared as stateless, people that do not belong to any country. But guess what? They are here in South Africa. Yes. Then how do we then acquire this citizenship? Someone is saying, how come? But it does happen. It's either you acquire your status by birth. Now this then means that one of your parents is an SA citizen, right? Even if a father can be Nigerian, but if mom is from South Africa, their child will remain an SA citizen, okay? And then, again, still on the birth part, There's a ruling from Constitutional Court that said we must grant these people a status in the country. If a child is born of a Pakistan national and an Ethiopian, but the child was born here, when the child turns 18, he's got a right to become an SA citizen through birth processes. Okay, so now we'll then be getting more people that will be eligible to vote as well through that. You can't be saying, because it's the constitution. So if the court says Home Affairs, please amend, allow, because a child will say, I've never been to Nigeria, I'm 27 years of age. I don't know anyone in Nigeria. Now, how do then say I'm a Nigerian citizen? Because everything of mine happened here in South Africa. It makes sense, right? But also it doesn't make sense again. It's a combo. And then also citizenship by naturalization. Let me start with this one. Remember I said it's an issue of us being, not that we don't love our country that much, but we then allow people to obtain citizenship through this process. Now, these are the people that have fallen in love with our SA citizens, right? Then they got married. Yes, if you start with love, you can't just be solemnized having not dated. So, yeah, whether the dating was legit or not, it doesn't matter now. But anyway, now when Obasanjo enters South Africa, he enters as a Nigerian citizen, right? Then Obasanjo meets with Uhlengiwe Dlamini somewhere at the airport. Then they fall in love. But there's love at first sight. Then that happened. 2 weeks down the line, Uhlengiwe and Obasanjo are solemnized, right? Now, then that gives status to Obasanjo in the country. Remember chapter 2 of our constitution, right? So, and then from there, now, if Obasanjo remains in the country, then from a relative's permit or spousal permit, it's going to be elevated into your permanent resident holder. After another 5 years, which will be 10 years, Obasanjo will be naturalized and become an SA citizen. That's when the ID number will then change. Uhlengiwe. That's why I say Phumile, because she knows what she did. So that's it. And now I'm saying this so that when you see a person from another country with a green ID book, with a smart ID card, don't be shocked. Okay? I think at some stage would be like, South Africa would be like the case of Obama, a guy from Kenya and then becomes a president. We are actually going to that direction as well. It is possible. So that's us becoming an extended rainbow family again. And then by descent as well, this is through kingship. A person will say, my grandfather during apartheid era went into exile in Swaziland. So, and then that grandfather started a family in Swaziland, but they know that their roots are here in the country. They will come back and claim as well. Okay, so these are the categories that we are having when it comes to citizenship, right? Now, all of our rights, colleagues, are equal. No, there's time for questions. Okay, also colleagues, please note, I'm not going to dwell much on this one. It's for you to understand that if I'm an SA citizen, I give birth in Russia, as much as the country of birth will say Russia, but I'm an SA citizen. So when you receive that ID for a voter's registration, accept that. It's a legit document. It's a country of birth. I was out on business. Maybe I was studying in Russia. I fell pregnant. I gave birth that side. But because remember, the child is supposed to assume the status of a parent. So I remain an SA citizen, despite of the country of birth. Yes. And then also, I think also we've explained this one, how does it work, as well as the citizenship through naturalization. Now also colleagues, please note, now through naturalization, when a person has been here for more than 10 years to 15, he or she has got the right to bring other family members. You see now, he came through Hlengiwe. Now Obasanjo is getting other Obasanjos. And they are going to assume the status of this one in the country, which then becomes a relatives permit. It will then be converted again to the very same status. Are we clear? So that's why you find that one person is able to bring 30 people. Okay, so you see now it's an issue of us being patriotic. Okay, that's why now it says that, you know what, family applications, they are allowed to apply as in families, not now individually. Remember, it's Umasinga who came here first from Zimbabwe. Then Umasinga goes back and bring other 30 Masingas from Zimbabwe that are linked to her, right? Then you're gonna do a family application. It will be approved by a minister. Then they've obtained the status. No, there's no limit, ma'am. Well, I don't know. Now, also on that one, we've got a system that is known as EMCS at Home Affairs. It's an electronic movement control system. We want to see the ins and outs in the country. And then, so we also use that to determine if a person qualifies for being naturalized. For us, the only thing that we look into, one, it is the fact that you haven't left the country whilst you're waiting for your status to be granted. To be honest with you, that's it. So even if a person came here through the crocodile means, but once they're here in the country for the longest period ever, and then also will grant them status. Yes. Now, also trying to simplify the issues of NPR, we've then extended the scope of birth registration, because we've got a lot of people in our societies, due to negligence and ignorance, that do not have documents. So we said, you know what? And we know sometimes Umafika can fall pregnant, Umafika dumps the child with the grandmother and off she goes, right? So we've extended the scope of who can assist in ensuring that people obtain birth certificates as well as the IDs, right? So it's no longer a parent, next of kin can do it, your legal guardian, social worker, that's it. Okay, previously it was only a legit or a biological parent, but due to the dynamics in our families, then we've extended the scope, okay, just to make sure that people will then be getting their IDs, okay, when they turn 16. Okay, I think this is then for us, the state of readiness for DHA, of course, it's IDs. Kindly note that us extending footprint on ID applications, we are having school campaigns trying to attract youth, okay, from the ages of 16 to 18. So when we do that, at least we know that one is able to vote. Besides that, now we've partnered with banks. Capitec in KwaZulu-Natal, we've got one in Howick, there's one in Pietermaritzburg, Scottsville Mall, there's one here, and then there's one in Jozini. We are targeting, before the voting date, we are targeting 100 banks. Right. Now, what is it that happens? When you go to a bank, there's no need for you to go to Home Affairs anymore. There's no need for you to make an appointment. We are trying to fast track things. You are going to go there, but provided it's not a first issue, it's a second issue. Your biometrics already on the system. We are trying to do away with TICs because they are being used fraudulently, right? Temporary ID certificates. Now, not yet, remember for us, if voting is about IDs, passports are not yet piloted, we are just focusing on ID. So when you go to Capitec's ATMs, they are Home Affairs kiosks. You use your biometrics, the system will ask you certain questions, and then you respond, and then the system will then verify and say, indeed, it is you, like it happens in your banks when you apply for whatever. And then that's it. Then you are able to apply, and then you choose an office where you want to do collection. Collection will happen within 10 days of having applied. So no queues anymore. People with fraudulent biometrics, system is not going to accept them. It's going to reject applications. The system will say, go to your nearest Home Affairs. Like it normally happens when you're at the bank, they'll say, go to Home Affairs for them to do a verification. So such people still will be applying at our offices. But what is nice about kiosks is it is that they are 24 hours. Okay, so after work, 6 or 8 o'clock, when you've got your private transport, you go there, you do your whatever with DHA, and then you leave. Okay, now this is the catch. You must have 150 rands in your bank account. The smart ID is 140, and then 50 rands is for admin fee of the bank, right? That's a catch, only 10 rands. It's worth it for your convenience, right? It is worth it. Now, also, especially, it's important to understand the identity document. What is it that it stands for? What is it that it represents, right? And then now the first 6 numbers, it's your birth date, like your year, your month, and the date, right? And then from there, the 2 that follows after that, they are specifically for your gender, right? Although as Home Affairs now will be doing an amendment on your birth because we've got LGBTQI+, they want the other. When a person says, I'm not comfortable being referred to as a she or a he, but I'm a person, I'm the other human being. So yes, it's going to be the other, because for now we only have gender. So colleagues, from 0 to 4, we're talking, those are your females. So the minute you see whatever number, and then from the 6 numbers, it's 02, you must know that's a woman, right? And then from 5 to 9, it's a male person, right? And then 737, those numbers means that, you know what, it was generated through computer. According to us at Home Affairs, we are able to see who actually processed your application in that particular office. That's an information. And then 082, it's about your citizenship status, right? So if you're an SA citizen, it's going to be 081, 0 whatever number, right? If you are a PR holder, that you are here through Hlengiwe, right? You're going to have a 18 number at the end. And then 26 number, it means that you are a refugee in the country. Okay? All IDs, they are green. And you've got a smart ID cards with your green and off-whitish color. And then the one for refugees is maroon. Are we clear? Yes. So a maroon ID person can never vote in South Africa. Okay? But unless if that person is going to form ties with Hlengiwe again, he will end up. Okay, so I think this is the very same thing. So this is our futures data, trying to make sure that, you know what, we are ready for everything that is needed. So it has been a bit of step by step, but now here we are. Like I said, everything else that we have. And besides that now, colleagues, you are able to apply for a smart ID card, and we've got a program known as My Home, comfort of your own home. Okay, you are only coming to Home Affairs to sign and for us to capture your biometric. That's it. So we are hoping with all of these strategies, it's going to be easy for IEC to embark on its duties, because most people will be having enabling documents in South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning. Dumelang. My Zulu is not clear, so I'll try. Sanbonan. Okay, thank you. It's very difficult when you speak after Home Affairs. Because I'm from Statistics South Africa, so I'm a statistician by profession. And I know program director, statistics is always a challenge. I mean, if you go to university and look at how many students are actually enrolling for statistics, it's a clear picture that statistics is not always an interesting subject. I'm going to share with you statistics, but I'm going to make it a little bit easier for us. We're going to follow colors. So the way we've put the presentation is there's colors. We'll follow the colors so that I'm not bombarding you with the numbers. We're also going to talk about left and right so that you can follow the slides. When I'm saying to the left side of the slides, I'll be explaining it so that you can also follow. My name is Molayi. I'm the acting DDG for Population and Social Statistics. So I'm responsible for all the household surveys in the country. I'm also responsible for census. I'm also working with my colleagues from Home Affairs. We are also mining the data that is coming from Home Affairs, just to put it in a publication. We're able to tell you how many babies are born in South Africa and what are the most popular names in South Africa. Unfortunately, Soli is not the most popular name. But these are the data that is coming from Home Affairs, which is quite interesting. But for today's session, colleagues, I'm going to share with you, firstly, just to do a little bit of marketing, just to give you a sense of who we are and how do we fit into this space of statistics. So the picture here is giving a sense of what we call it, the statistical production in the country. There's an input and a processing. I'm using Home Affairs, but also IEC, sitting with the data. We are much more, Mr. James, interested in the voter registration because it's also helping us to do what we call it data validation. Then you've got also the space of output, and this is where we sit as official statistics. So we are the ones who are running the surveys, but they will also have other data that are coming, which are quite interesting, your big data, data coming from the private sector, which are also helping us to have a better understanding of our country and also of our population. Then there's colleagues who are sitting in the policy and research. And I think my colleague from university, this is where they're taking our data and they mine the data, they do further research because we bring in the numbers, but there's the qualitative side of the research, the why. Why certain numbers are like this. So let us say we weren't able to give you some of those qualitative insight. And this is where the researchers come in. So this is the ecosystem, what we call it the data ecosystem. So the data that are coming from all these entities is not about competition, but is about how they complement each other. On an annual basis, we have about 250 publications. And if you have to put it into 4 categories, we're looking at the people of South Africa, at the economy, the living condition, and now we are even getting into a space of trying to understand our environment, especially with the climate change that is happening. We are now able to track and able to measure. Let's get to the numbers, colleagues. This is the population of South Africa by 2025 using what we call it the mid-year population estimate. The country runs the census every 10 years. So in between the 10 years of the census, we really need to have a better understanding of what is the population and how the population is growing. We use all the administrative records that are available in our disposals. As I said, we're talking with the Home Affairs. The Department of Health is quite an important data producer for us. We're able to put together what we call it the mid-year population estimates. 2022 census, and that James already spoke about it, we were sitting about 62 million people. Now we're sitting about 63 million. Our population is roughly increasing around 1.7% or 1.2% annual growth. So this is very important because it shows you that the population is growing at a certain rate, and I'm going to share with you what is driving the population growth in South Africa. Roughly it's driven by births. We've got a lot of bundle of joys that are born in the country. It's a good thing, but it's got its own challenges. And I think, Dr. James, for you, I know this is also quite key because at some point they will become potential voters. So this shows us that what we call it a night migration. So those who are coming in, and then you minus those who are coming out, and then you have what we call it a night migration. And then we've got about deaths that are happening within an annual, which sitting about, depending on a year, in around COVID year, we were sitting about 600,000 deaths. Now we're sitting about 56,000 deaths. So this is what drives the population in South Africa. And just to give you context, if you look at the slide and you see that from 2022, as you go looking at the annual population growth, up until we get to the COVID year, and we had a dip, and we are slightly increasing, but we haven't reached that 2019 point in terms of our annual growth. So Looking at the population sitting at 63, now the question is that how are this population distributed across the 9 provinces? The first provinces, which is Gauteng, sitting about 16.1 million. This is about 25% of the share in terms of the population. This province sitting at number 2, 12.2 million, and then followed by Western Cape. So if you only take these 3, that means about 57% of the population is sitting in 3 provinces. I can imagine it's a nightmare for the election. So because about 57% of the population is sitting there. Let's look at this graph differently. Imagine if we are using the provinces, but we're using the size of the provinces, not the population of the provinces. That means that Northern Cape will be sitting as number 1. Gauteng will be sitting as the last provinces. So the smallest provinces has got a large population. Why? We will have a little bit of discussion around that. But the point is that Gauteng is the smallest in terms of the area size, and Northern Cape has got a massive area size, but in terms of the population, it's only got about 2.2%. Look, as statistician, we always look at trends because data point doesn't necessarily give us much, but we always look at what happened since from 2002. KZN was sitting at about number 1 in terms of the position and was overtaken by Gauteng. And the fastest growing province is Western Cape. So Western Cape is increasing over time and now is sitting at position 3 in terms of the number of people within those particular provinces. Also, maybe just to give you a sense of, if you look at that 63 million that I spoke about, and you ask me a question and say, how relative it is in terms of Africa, we're sitting about 1.4 billion people in Africa. And we're sitting about 8.1 billion people in the world. So we are actually contributing about 4.3% in terms of the African continent, and we are contributing less than 1% in terms of our population share in the world. But in the SADC region, we're contributing about 16%. It gives you context because the next slide, it talks about how stable are these provinces in terms of the population share over time. And you see provinces like Western Cape and Gauteng, they have increased their shares over time. Provinces like your Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Northern Cape, they're stable. And we're starting to see a little bit of a decline in some of these provinces, including this one. And I think over time, one will be more interested to see where are we going in terms of some of this. When you break down the population and you look at it in terms of the age, let's look at our 0 to 14, it's about 16.5, and your 15 to 34 is sitting about 20.8 million. Combined, they're about 59%. So what does it mean? It means that almost 60% of our population that's sitting below 35. That on its own, it's also an interesting understanding of our population, that if about 60% of us are below 35, then if you look at it in terms of the voter registration and also those who turn up, what is the proportion in relation to these age groups? So these are some of the discussion that the researchers, they will go and explore more. If you look at our structure, again, it confirms what I said. We're a very youthful country, relatively have a large base, and again, because of the number of bundle of joys that are born annually, and you could see that at the bottom, we have a very heavy in terms of our number of people sitting at that age groups. It's no surprise that we're seeing a fertility rate is quite high, especially in certain provinces. Always when we present this slide, it's always looked at it in such a way that, you know, especially when we present it to different provinces, you find that they're asking us why Western Cape and Gauteng, their fertility rate is low compared to your Limpopo Eastern Cape. And this is also has to do with, if you look at the population within those 3 provinces, they're driven by the number of babies. And the numbers coming from Home Affairs, quite interesting, because if you look at when the babies are born, and you do your reverse logistics and look at when, after 9 months, you see that in those particular provinces where the babies were registered, especially Limpopo and Eastern Cape, it's during the holidays. What it means is that there are people where most of us were in Western Cape and Gauteng and come and go back home. And the numbers, that's what the numbers are saying. So we're seeing a fertility rate in Limpopo quite high, which means Limpopo population is driven by the number of babies that are born in Eastern Cape also. Whereas Western Cape and Gauteng is driven by, I will explain in the next slide. So if you look back to back and you put Gauteng and Limpopo, you look at their structure, you'll see that Gauteng has a little bit of, in terms of their median age, it's about 32 years. And then whereas when you look at Limpopo, it's sitting around 25. It confirms what I'm saying in terms of the population structure. So each province has got its unique population structure depending on the dynamics within the provinces. Also, what does the numbers telling us? It's telling us that our migration patterns, even before 1994, they're still the same even now, where we are moving out of the provinces, going to your economic hubs, looking for a job, and then we end up also building families, but we still have another family back home. Net migration. Net migration is what drives most of the two provinces, which is Gauteng and Western Cape. So if you look at the out and the in for Gauteng, you'll see that Gauteng, we are already estimating that it will have a huge net migration in terms of the number of people who are coming in. And then you look at the provinces that are having the loss in terms of population. It's not surprising that Eastern Cape and Limpopo, when it comes to net migration, is a negative. It's because, again, what I said, that those two provinces is largely driven by the number of bundle of joys that are born in those particular provinces. Now, if you look at what we call it the migration flow, to say who actually goes to Gauteng, and again, you see on the left-hand side of the screen, right-hand side of the screen, you see that KZN is also one of the provinces that's also contributing to Gauteng. Then you have what we call it outside South Africa. So we have those who are coming from outside South Africa, and then their preferred destination is Gauteng. So Gauteng has got influx in terms of getting those who are coming outside the country, but then there's also internal migration, especially the neighbor provinces where they're contributing Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. But we do also see other provinces that are coming also to contribute. It's similar with the Western Cape. Western Cape, Eastern Cape is the most contributor in terms of the migration patterns. Gauteng is also contributing to Western Cape, and Gauteng to Western Cape is a quite interesting profile, because when you look at the profile, you see it's those who worked in Gauteng, they're now sitting at the 64, 65 years, they're now going to go to Western Cape as a way of retirement. So we're seeing that type of patterns over time. I'm bringing this insight because the voters, they're not coming from a vacuum, they're coming from an environment. So for us to better understand the voting registrations, that you also need to understand the context and the environment in which they are. So just a quick one, just to show you that if you look at the census only as your data set, and you say the formal dwellings over time, we have seen that there's an increase in terms of what you call it the formal housing. And this shows that the impact of the RDPs that have been introduced since 1994, and we see that the formal structures are also coming on board. It's quite an indicator that shows that the population and the environment in which our South Africans are living in, it have changed over time, and the data is actually explaining that. Let's look at electricity for lighting. And you put 1996 and you see that the blue color is those municipalities where electricity for lighting was sitting below 20%. And then you fast forward to 2022, you don't even see a shade of blue. This means that there is access. Access doesn't necessarily mean that the electricity will always be there. But what it means is that there is access in most of these municipalities, and they're sitting at the high level. Water. Water, we are also seeing that over time, those who were sitting on the gray shaded color, 1996, especially if you look at the areas where we are here, the seaboard, you see that over time, it's actually have changed to a light blue to a darker blue. Although compared to electricity, we haven't went to a darker blue color, which means that we still have some challenges in terms of access to water. Similarly, water linked to sanitation, if you look at it in terms of the flush toilets, and you look at the pit toilets, we're still sitting about 22% of the household who are saying they are using what we call it pit toilets. There's also a challenge in terms of when you look at the average income of household vis-a-vis the average expenditure, and you put it in terms of population group, and you see that your Black Africans, when you take their expenditure on an annual basis, and you take their household income, the difference between the two, which we call a disposable income, it's quite small. Vis-a-vis your white population, which is quite sitting at around 400,000 compared to 679,000 in terms of their income. So these are some of the challenges that as we are busy putting together our voter registration, we need to take into account that there is some other challenges within the communities. The last slide that talks to that, just to give you a sense in terms of poverty. This is the indicator that we are reporting as a country from the SDG in terms of understanding our poverty in South Africa. We're using these 3 lines, and it's already telling us that about 10.8 million people are sitting what we call it below food poverty. So meaning that they are food poor. Those who are in a challenge of deciding whether to buy food or to buy the non-food, they're sitting at the lower bound, and this is the NDP goal, to say we need to reduce this number. We're sitting about 23.2 million. This is the context that I also want us to put on the table as we are discussing the voter registration. So going back to the voter registration, if you use the mid-year population and you ask me the question, who are at the voting age, they're sitting about 43.2 million. The slide that Dr. James used, we're using the census. This also tells you that this is the age, the voting age, without the citizenship. We don't take into account the citizenship when we're doing our count, because what we do is that we count everyone within the borders of South Africa. So these numbers are telling us we're sitting about 43.2 million. If you rank this by districts, you see districts are quite interesting, Chair. City of Johannesburg, eThekwini, it comes as second. If you compare 2021 and 2025, that on its own already tells you that the metros are also driving the influx of people who are coming into those particular. And again, those are your economic hubs in terms of when you look at it even from the GDP, their contribution to the GDP also. If you look at the change between the two and you look at just the metros and the districts that have increased more than 100,000 persons of the same age group that I'm talking about, voting age. Again, City of Johannesburg, City of Cape Town, Tshwane, Metro, you see that these are the districts or the metros that are also driving. What is common around these metros? Most of them, they are our economic hubs within those particular provinces. Since I'm in KZN, I decided that let me put the KZN, just for give you some context in terms of KZN, looking at the voting age population have increased significantly between the 2 points that I'm referring to. So in closing, we do have other product that can help you to mine the data. We have data at the ward layer that we have produced using the 2022 census. It can give you a sense of breaking out this. But I think, Chair, I want to close this by just giving a sense of saying the data that we have from StatSA, it can able to assist to identify where people are. We can track the movement of the people in terms of using the data that we have. It could be a benchmark, and I know that James already mentioned this. It supports how we can include everyone within the process of updating our voter registration, because we want to see everyone so that everyone become visible in our processes. We are also saying that it also official statistics, it's about evidence, it's not about assumptions. So we are putting on a table products that we have went through our own methods, and we are able to back it up by some of the products that we have put on the table. And it's about making sure that no one is left out. So all these products, whether you're looking at census, you're looking at media population, they're able to reveal the age and where people are, and able to tell us what are some of the gaps. It's also, colleagues, it's about the shared responsibilities. Let's just say we are responsible for producing what we call it official statistics. Home Affairs, they're responsible for the population register, and the colleagues from IEC, they're also responsible for. So it's a shared responsibility. And again, in preparation for local election, I think, let's just say it's here to assist. We are also willing to take data coming from other role players to do what we call it the data confrontation, to ensure that we are also ourselves, we're also producing and improving our numbers. My last slides, just want to indicate that we really need to don't fall into a situation where we are led by what we call it a power of influence when we're talking about numbers. Everything should be based on evidence base. It shouldn't be based on what solely things need to happen in a certain provinces. It should be backed up by a number and also by evidence. So everything that we do from statistics, we are making sure that we are following what we call it evidence-based. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much to the presenters that have taken to the stage so far. Our program continues. Right now we are preparing for the virtual presentation by Mr. Gumbi from UJ. Those responsible will indicate once Mr. Gumbi is ready to be heard in the house. But for now, I hope you are still with us here and you were able to consume the presentation from Say. Some of it flew above my head. I hope I'm not the only one in the house. I'm the only one. But I'm happy that there was a preface to say, even at the university, you won't find a lot of them in that department. Castates. Okay, I'm told that Mr. Gumbi is ready. Mr. Gumbi, you are welcome, sir. The floor is yours. I'm leaving up to you.
Hello, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes. Ubebuza kumina.
Colleagues,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, sir. Loud and clear. You can proceed. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I was misled. Yes, thank you very much. I'm saying thank you very much, sir. The house is ready. We can hear you loud and clear. We open the floor for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. My name is Vusimuzi. I'm from the University of Johannesburg. Can you see my screen? Okay. I hope colleagues can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. My name is Vusimuzi. Thank you so much for the past presenters that were with, that shared their engagement earlier today, to the program director, to our colleagues and our guests. My fellow panelists, unfortunately, I could not be there in person due to other commitments, but I'm glad to join this very important discussion nonetheless. I think Ntate Aphane said something very important when he started speaking earlier this morning. He said the voters' role is the living heartbeat of our country, and I think that sums up the essence of, my core argument, right? To say the voters' role debate is fundamental about the guarantee of the right to vote, and in our country, in South Africa, that right is guaranteed because the strength lies in institutional verification and not technological substitution. So let me first maybe begin by grounding my discussion in what I believe is South Africa's greatest strength in electoral administration, which is, the institutional verification. South Africa does not solely rely on a single tool or a single moment of verification, right? Instead, the nation relies on a network of interlocking institutions and processes that continuously validate the integrity of the voters' role. You've got the Electoral Commission and, the Department of Home Affairs at the center of this ecosystem. And together, these institutions ensure that every voter is linked to verified national identity. The voter's role is continuously updated through things like death records, change of IDs. Our colleague from the Department of Home Affairs explained that in length, right? So that, and obviously the idea that, the public can come, inspect, verify, and challenge the voters' role. Some of the issues that Mr. Aphane had touched on. So this ecosystem is the one that anchors the country's institutional verification. So in South Africa, the idea of, institutional verification gives credence to the fact that verification is not an event, it's not an isolated program, it is an ongoing institutional process, right? Through, where oversight can be done by various parties and observers, to ensure that the legitimacy of the elections starts not in preparation for the election. I think this is what the PO was saying in her opening remarks, but through the continuous engagement, with eligible voters and continuously updating the voters' role. So why do I believe that, the South African identity system is the backbone of the voters' role is because South Africa's voters' role does not stand alone. It's not in a standalone database. It is derived, as some of my colleagues had said earlier, from the National Population Register, which ensures, amongst others, a unique ID number, a centrally coded, each identity centrally coded. I think our colleague from Home Affairs was able to break that down. And each record can be verified across different institutions, including the Electoral Commission. And the result of this is that this integration is what gives some level of credence, some level of accuracy and credibility to the entire notion of the voters' role. And I know that there have been discussions about, the issue of biometrics, where, that includes, that have been used rather in different countries. Obviously, some of the reasons why these biometrics have been used is in instances of weak or absent national ID systems. In obviously, some of these examples include countries like your Ghana, like your DRC, Liberia, or neighbors in Mozambique. So the purpose, in all intents and purposes, is to solve identity gaps, right? So in the context of South Africa, and I'm glad that our colleague from Home Affairs did touch on the fact that even if a South African voter finds an eligible voter finds himself where you're going through a particular kiosk and all of that, that issue does not substitute the role of the IEC, right? Where one of the reasons why biometrics are not needed in the idea of like the voter's role in this context is because, as I said earlier, the strong national ID system already ensures uniqueness, it ensures traceability and verifiability. So biometrics confirms existing capabilities through the Department of Home Affairs, instead of substituting the role of Home Affairs. They merely confirm the existing capability of the Department of Home Affairs. And I'm glad that my colleague from Home Affairs greatly touched on the idea of biometrics, right? And this has been traced in various studies across the world, where why biometrics are central in other countries is because those countries rather lack a strong national identity system, like I said, and that is not the case in South Africa. And similarly, obviously, institutions like the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa, where they've done a number of studies on voters' role, the International Institute for Democratic Assistance, International IDEA, they find that for, again, all intents and purposes, biometrics are most useful in the context of the voter's role, where there's no central population register and identity cannot be reliably verified. And again, that is not the case in South Africa. That's why biometrics only confirm the existing capability through the Department of Home Affairs. And one of the central issues is that in the country, biometrics would duplicate the ID system, what the ID system already achieves without necessarily improving trust, right? So I want to turn our focus to the idea now of citizenship and inclusion, and the idea that there is, often concern about foreign nationals participating in elections. And again, our colleague from Home Affairs did touch on this, to say only, citizens can vote in South Africa, and the ID system imposes, citizenship statuses. As a result, it's only, permanent residents that are not naturalized citizens that can vote. So the system is both inclusive and precise in defining who is included, and the different ways in which various identification numbers are formulated enables it to filter out people who can and cannot vote. And I think that is what, to a certain degree, gives a level of legitimacy to the voters' role and the work that is done by both the Electoral Commission in partnership with, the Department of Home Affairs, as the two institutions that lead or anchor the entire ecosystem of the voters' role in between, during, in the build-up, and definitely after the elections. I want to focus on, obviously, ICT in elections and global trends, where countries like Brazil use fully electronic voting and results transmission. Countries like Kenya, they use biometric registration and electronic transmission. In Estonia, online voting through, again, digital identity. Countries like India, where the digital voters roll and electronic, there are digital voters roll and electronic voting machines. These examples obviously borrowed from institutions like International IDEA as custodians of voting trends democracy, around the world show a clear trend toward technology-enabled transparency and efficiency. However, my view is that the key lesson is that technology must be context appropriate, right? In some countries, ICTs solve identity problems. In others, they improve efficiency, but they do not, and I think I need to re-emphasize this, they do not replace institutional trust and verification. And this is where the real debate starts, right? Where critical insights implore us, right, from different backgrounds, whether into institution, chapter 9 institutions or government entities, or in the academia or the civil society, or even political parties, to get to a point where we understand rather that if there are concerns perhaps about the voters' role, these concerns are actually about the national identity system, because in South Africa, right, the voters' role is derived from, verified against, and sustained by the National Population Register. Therefore, in our country, you cannot question the voters' role without, in effect, questioning the integrity of the ID system itself, the identity system itself. And this is where I believe the real debate starts, where the credibility of election results begins with. And I'm glad that in his opening remarks, in setting the scene, Mr. Aphane did touch on this and gave obviously a historical overview from the 1994 elections, where there was no voters' role, and the various mechanisms that the Electoral Commission has employed over various years to ensure that they address the issue. So the credibility of the election results begins with the credibility of the registration process. And I had said earlier when I began speaking that the voters' role is not an isolated program. It's not a blanket approach, one size fits all. It is a continuous process that continues even in years where there are no impending elections. As we know, in South Africa, we have general elections and municipal elections. So the voters' role determines who votes, and it determines where they vote. In that foundation, if that foundation rather is sound, the entire electoral process is stabilized, disputes are reduced, and the truth is strengthened. And this is where the credence of the voters' role in the context of the Electoral Commission in partnership with the Department of Home Affairs comes from, because these are not just technical issues. It is about trust in institutions and the legitimacy of the state. And I think that's where it comes from. Even when there are disputes, I think the program director, you were preempting me earlier when you were asking if there are political parties who are there present today. And you were sort of making reference to the fact that even when there are objections, people will hold a voters' roll from 2024 by trying to raise objections in elections in 2026. And this is what we talk about when we talk about trust in institutions and the legitimacy of the state, right? To say the way the voters' roll ecosystem in South Africa is structured, it is structured in a way that it safeguards and truly ensures the credibility and the authenticity of the elections. And where real debates start or ensues, I think the PO started, when she started earlier, I was talking about, during election year, they fight with different stakeholders. It's because of the trust in institutions and the legitimacy of the state, but not necessarily a problem with the idea of South Africa's voters' role and how it is structured, because the voters' role is directly linked to the National Population Register. And the National Population Register is something that is continuously updated. It's updated now as we speak when new people are born and as people die. And this brings us, to the idea of the South Africa's voting database, where you have around 27 million registered voters, but you also equally have a significant number of people in the voting age that are not even registered to vote, which for all intents and purposes, reflect a myriad of issues, both politically and institutionally from a governance point of view about people's perceptions about the voters' role and its legitimacy and its the trust in institutions and the legitimacy of the state. So South Africa's electoral strength, I believe, lies not in adopting, I would say, the most complex technologies, are used and are referenced in a number of researches from, it would be the Carter Center, International IDEA, the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy. It does not lie in some of these technologies that have been widely written about in Africa and across the world, especially in developing countries. But the integration of identity, institutions, and the law, right? The right to vote is guaranteed, the system is robust, and the safeguards are embedded. But ultimately, the electoral integrity is not only about systems, it is about trust. That's where I believe that the role of the IEC comes in, the role of the Department of Home Affairs comes in, and this ecosystem that includes political parties, that includes political leaders themselves, civil societies, institutions of higher learning, where trust is built. And that trust is built when citizens understand the system and see that it works for everybody. And I think that's the one gap that I believe that must be explored. And Mr. Aphane did touch on this in his presentation in the morning when he was talking about a number of things, including the rural divide, including, tapping into the social media space, but also understanding that the rural divide also goes along with the digital divide. So in the context of the voters' role in South Africa, the real question is not the legitimacy of the voters' role. It is legitimate, it is secure, and it does safeguard, the authenticity of the National Population Register. The real debate starts on the trust in institutions. The real question starts in the legitimacy of the state and people's perceptions, the voters' perceptions, their perceptions or their belief in the ability of the IEC, in the ability of the Department of Home Affairs to ensure that the voters' role is a reflection of the National Population Register. And I'm glad that we're starting to have this conversation where we even include colleagues from the Department of Home Affairs in order to address some of these myths, I would say, address some of these concerns and dispel some of these unfounded claims as a way of also ensuring that the integrity of the voters' role is improved. So my parting shot is this is where the real debate starts, right? Not about the voters' role and its legitimacy, but about the trust in institutions that are the custodians of the voters' role, about the legitimacy of the state in the context of the National Population Register. Because as it stands, the South African ID system is well secure and in the context of the National Population Register to ensure that the voters' role is a reflection of the National Population Register. I think I went, I hope I was not too fast. Program director. I think that's where I will end. I think I've reached the end of my slides, but I'll still remain. Just if maybe there are any other follow-up questions, if there are comments, because I do believe that this is an important engagement that we're having here today. But yeah, I think I hereby submit my inputs from that point of view. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gumbi. Thank you very much for your input. We will also appreciate if you will remain with us wherever you are, because we will open time for questions at the end. For now, we will open the floor for the next presenter. I hope that by the time we come to the time for question and answers, you will still be available to provide answers to some of the questions that would be directed to your presentation. Thank you very much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani, Dumelang. In the interest of time, I think we are running behind schedule now, so I'm going to be as brief as I can. I know we have been allocated, I think, 15 to 20 minutes. I'm going to try to maybe not exceed 10 minutes. So let me time myself. Well, let me just begin by saying that this is something very, very important. I'm going to remind you that, first of all, the whole liberation struggle was about representation. So elections and voting are something that is very, very important because it gives citizens representation. But we know that elections and votings in themselves are not sufficient to guarantee representation. One of the few things that I want to talk about is there are people in South Africa who registered to vote and then end up not voting. It's very strange. I remember asking one of the students on campus why a certain party, and I won't mention or name that party, why do you fill the stadiums? And then when we look at the election results, they don't reflect the kind of popularity we see when you have rallies at the stadiums. And she says to me, no, I registered to vote, but I never vote. So that is bizarre. Why would you register to vote and then end up not voting? But as I engage, because I interact with young people on a daily basis, one thing that I've picked up is that many of them are very cynical. Many of them have lost confidence in the system just because they can't find jobs. So a lot of them are frustrated, and there's a lot of anger, by the way, when it comes to young people. So I think that as a country, we have to find a way to get young people engaged in the political system because they've completely lost confidence. The IEC has done a very good job in terms of making sure that our elections are credible, free and fair. But I just want to add something very controversial, and I always talk to my students about this. Said, why is it that we don't test people when they come to vote to make sure they are not under the influence of substances like alcohol, drugs, and so on? Because I think that also can go a long way in tainting our elections. You can't have people casting their ballots when they are under the influence. Just like we won't allow students to write a test or exam when they are under the influence of substances. So, but yeah, I just want to say that there are a lot of issues here that have been covered. One of the interesting things that I should mention, Ms. Dube spoke about citizenship, and I always say to my students that we are all political animals because the minute we come into this world, you are given a birth certificate which gives you your citizenship of a country where you are born. And one of the interesting things that I've observed over the past 10 years or so is that we have seen a growing number of students on campuses whose first name are Zulu or Xhosa, and then their surnames are either Nigerian or Congolese or Zimbabweans. So that is very, very interesting, which means that in the future, we're going to have a president in South Africa who's like Obama. You know, as you know, Obama's father came from Kenya, went to the United States and married an American woman. And so that's how he got his citizenship. You would recall that Trump at some point even questioned his citizenship. But anyways, I think South Africans have to brace themselves and come to terms with the fact that we have people from all over Africa, in fact, from all over the world, who are coming to South Africa, and and they have children who are now South African citizens. And I think we have to not only come to terms with it, I think we need to embrace it and make sure that we build a country that is going to accommodate every citizen. I think I need to add this. Leaders reflect society. So if we don't do a good job of making sure that we elect leaders who have the interest of the citizens at heart, we are going to continue to have problems of corruption, mismanagement of state resources, and many other things. And I think the more we watch these commissions like the Madlanga Commission, you begin to question what kind of leaders do we have in the country. Um, with that said, let me just say that let's hope that these elections are going to be peaceful. We won't see any incidents of violence like we have seen in the past. One thing that I need to point out is, many people in South Africa have made politics a career. That's why you see so many killings, because people don't have skills, unfortunately. And so politics is the only career where you don't really need to have any qualifications. Uh, it is what it is. So we have political parties here. One of the things that I've said to my students that I've always had reservations about when it comes to our electoral system is that it doesn't make elected representatives accountable to the people. Instead, the elected representatives become accountable to the party that deploys them. Now, last year, you would have seen in December, you had the MK party, um, well, um, having a motion of no confidence on the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Tamintuli. And then there was a debate about whether the ballot should be secret or open. And I've always wondered, how can you have a secret ballot when the representatives are supposed to account? I don't know if you guys understand me. These people are representatives. They represent somebody. And so when the ballot is secret, it means that they represent themselves. Uh, it should be open. Why are we voting then if we are going to have people who are going to be the law unto themselves? So anyways, let's hope that the elections go well. All the best to the political parties that are here. Thank you.
Thank you. May you once more give a big round of applause to all my panelists. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have consumed enough and a lot of new information. Saphinde sezwa futhi neyimangaliso ezenziwa uhlengiwe. And we are grateful today to know that we are where we are because of uhlengiwe nabangani bakhe. Okay, so my dear colleagues, now we are at a time where we allow for question and answer, for engagement. So I will take, in the first round, I will take 5 questions. 5 questions could be directed randomly. And I think my panel will be able to pick up the questions that will be relevant to that particular presentation. So we're not going to confine the hands to a particular presentation. We are going to be random. But I will appreciate from my audience, I'll appreciate very much if we can try much to confine our questioning into the presentation or rather the theme of today, because we are mostly on the voters' roll, the credibility of the voters' roll, which is our shared responsibility. We said it's a shared responsibility because we believe that each one of us can play a role in terms of coming out with a credible voters' roll, and a voters' roll that is what is supposed to be. So I would appreciate if maybe one will come and bring issues kama elections ka 2021 uzobuza impendulo uzofuna impendulo manje in as much as I'm not trying to confine you, if maybe you will have something burning, but I will appreciate much if we can have those kinds of restraint to stay on course and talk to the theme so that we will be able to finish on time. With that said, then I will allow the time for that, for questions. As I said, I will pick up 5 hands. Okay, I'll come back to hands. Allow me to, in the beginning, we are very sorry. We apologize that we forgot to mention the presence of our MEOs. Our MEOs are municipal electoral officers that we have in each IEC office in each municipality. Some of them are here with us. They've taken time to be with us, and we are sorry that we couldn't acknowledge their presence in the beginning. But we have since remembered that you are very important and you're worth mentioning. Hence, we mentioned that we have you here, and we appreciate to have you here. We appreciate that you have taken your time to be with us. We are grateful. Thank you. I am back on hands. I have my people with roving mic. I will take 5. Let me see the hand. Can you just raise them up a bit so that I'll be able to see them? I have where? Okay. 1, I have 2, I have 3, I have 4. For now, the hands I will take. Have you seen there at the back those that I've pointed? Yes, 1. There's 2. there is 3, there is 4 there, and then there is 5 here. So you can begin. Thank you.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Igama lami uMuntuza Mhlungu. Bengithanda ukuthi ngibeke nje i-suggestion nombuzo phakathi kumama okhuluma indaba kahlengiwe. La sithola khona ukuthi kuthathwa noma ngabangaki mhlambe beqhamuka kwamanye amazwe omakhelwane bafakela ngaphakathi. Ayikho indlela yokuthi mhlambe kube ne-limit yokuthi umuntu vele ngeke abe nezingane ezu-20 eyedwa. Mhlambe kube ukuthi 5 kuyaphansi umuntu angeza nawo kuthiwa umndeni wakhe. And then I know akawenza umthetho. Yikho ngithe i-suggestion yami engikele ngibuka ngayo. And then enye ilokuzana umbuzo wami ubuzothi la kuma kuthathelwa ingane i-ID sekuvelile ukuthi kufanele kungaba noma ubani ongayisiza because phela kusuke sekuyi-crisis ingasaqhubeki nempilo. So manje into eyenzakalayo ayikho indlela yokuthi ngoba ingane isuke izaliwe is either ubaba ubengekho ama-details ayo agcina kuvela akamawayo because mina ngeke ngahamba ngayokwenzela ingane i-ID sizokwenza umatric. So kuyavela laphayana bayasho ukuthi abazali bakho bakhona laphaya kodwa lo oza naye uthi ugogo sicela uhambe uthole labaya ukuze uzokwazi ukusizakala yabuyela emuva. Isethe ugogo ngibuye kwesibili angazi ngizomthola lapho wangishiya nengane akasabuyi. So ngaleyo ndlela leyo mhlambe kungaba ukuthi kusetshenziswe wona la ama-details ukuze kungaduki information yengane ngoba vele asuke registered from birth. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Before I move to the next hand, I'm a very kind person and sometimes I allow deviations, but I will also request that our deviations become very minimal. Emcimbini wami njengo-IEC, umcimbini wami njengo-IEC nizongisiza in creating this credible voters roll. I understand we've got many other issues that you are carrying, the packages, emotional packages that you are carrying. So sometimes when you got a platform, you want to vent those issues. I agree, I'm very kind, I may allow that, but also bear in mind that I called you for a particular function and I wouldn't like us to deviate much. So on the next questions that I'll accept, I would like us to be mindful of that, the business of today. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting to everyone in the House. Well, the first point, let me just congratulate the IEC on another attempt to deepen our understanding and knowledge and wish you all strength in your work. We are under no illusion about how important the IEC as an institution underpinning our democracy. We are alert to attempts to undermine you, always be there, but I think the vast majority would want you to succeed. That's the first comment. The second point is Sister Masinga, when she spoke about the voters' roll, and I think we've been dealing with it for many years and we understand the issues, but she said she's also worried about the voters' roll. So I think in fairness, she should say why she is worried, apart from the issues that we fight about all the time in the course of our work. But just to make sure that there isn't something that she's worried about that we don't know about, which we can add to the solution. The third question is and I'm actually in agreement personally about the voters' roll tables outside voting stations and what happens and how it contributes to sometimes to an unstable environment around a voting station. But it's a practice that has developed over many, many years, and it becomes an important part of the work of political parties when you do your work properly, because you want to guide your voters, many of whom are uninformed, not confident, and they need that assistance. But if you're saying, I slipped out a couple of times, so I might have missed the detail of the explanation. But if there's going to be a regulated approach, which I think there should be, around the voting station, then I think we just need to be clear and start a very strong educative process with political parties in particular. The last set is around Statistics South Africa's presentation. And appreciated it very much. But can we start to get some statistical analysis of, okay, we've got total population eligible and so on. So when it comes to those who are foreign nationals and getting naturalized and becoming South African citizens, that's fine. But let's unpack it, because it sometimes gets made to be a bigger problem that it actually is. So would you be able to say to us that in the last whatever number of years, in terms of our population now, these are South Africans who are historically South Africans, born of South Africans, and so on. This is the actual percentage of people who have become South African citizens and now eligible to vote, and so on. So we understand what's the extent of it. It might be expecting too much, but even if you could give us an international comparison, because we are part of the world, these things are happening all over the world, and we shouldn't be different. So is it exceptional, or is it within the range? And the last part of that is, are you in the position to now say how many foreign nationals are here who are not South Africans, don't have voting rights, but are there on the system, versus those which I suppose would be a guesstimate as to those who are illegal? Thank you.
Greetings to Program Director, Mr. Mabasa, the panel, and the entire delegates that are in the house. My name is Upilani Zulu from a movement called the PRM. Thanks for the opportunity to ask a question, and my question is directly directed to Baba, Honorable James Aphane. My main concern is the integrity and the dignity of the commission. So my question is based on the incidents that have been happening since the conception of the democratic elections in 1994. Fortunately, I'm so gracious to have witnessed all the elections and the existing of the ballot papers that are always being recovered in the bushes during and after elections. So I would like to have an answer from Mr. Aphane with how have they improved their integrity status in ensuring that no ballot papers are being found on bushes, because that violates the integrity and dignity of the commission. I thank you.
Cela ukubingelela. Igama ngovusi kwakamsweli. Ngihlala eNanda, eMatikwe, emzini yathi. Khona lapha nje impela, hayi siyadlula ko West, asikho lapho singale thina emakhaya. So no, angithi ngicela ukubonga la ku IEC. Bese ngithi ngizwile emhlonishwa umphathiswa ka-IEC uthe asikakhulumi ngo-2021 kalama elections, but ngicela ukuwonisha la kuma voting station ingathi singathi ukumiswa lento yoku-introduce kwama systems amasha kuma voting stations, course mungabe wathola kwayiwona lama systems amasha, even abasebenzi bakhona aba-workshopiwe ngawo. Khona laba abamakhona kwamanye ama-voting stations kwangasetshenzwa. Inkinga kuyini? Kuyiyona i-system bengayitholi kahle. Ilokho nje kuphela bengifuna ukugraze. Amen.
That was the fourth. This is the fifth one, right?
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Angazi umuntu akhuluma isilungu noma isiZulu. Ngithi mhlambe kuzoba notolika ukuze kwazi umuntu ukuyi expressa kahle. But anyway, maybe sokuba usuku la ngohlela ngolinye la. My question is directed also to Mr. Aphane regarding the voters' role that will be having the addresses. And it's about the regulation, whether there will be expected numbers for that particular address. I'm saying this because there are areas like hostels, flats, where we'd find out that a person can register more than 10 or 15 of his friends or her friends. The challenge we once experienced in the recent by-elections, I think it was what 100 or what somewhere, where one flat was reported to have registered a number of people in a very small two-room flat. And another thing is the issue of the villages. You know, when I'm here in Durban, I know I have a specific address of my house, but in my village, we are all using Mr. Kumalo's shop, especially in the issues of by-elections, where IEC, maybe will agree, we are experiencing a lot of challenges, where people are being bugs in that period and are going to be registered as Tolo Sagamboyas, Nomasarasbi. Then those people, they will vote in bugs. That's what I was just checking, especially to this new system of address that have been introduced. Are they going to have any criteria that each house must have a certain numbers of voters registered under it? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think we have taken the fifth one, which completes our first round. And now I will give it to my panel to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think I'll go first because we are the ones who called this imbizo. Let me start with the last one in terms of the challenges that we face. And it's actually the reason why we set in terms of our normative standards. We want to get people registered where they ordinarily reside, and they must give us residency details. Because we are mindful of the fact that the landscape is not uniform. You do have, as you indicated, in rural areas where you do not have conventional addresses, as opposed to urban areas where you do have such, where you have a street number, street name, suburb, town. What we have done on the smart device, the VMD, we have allowed voters to indicate where they live on that interactive map. As soon as they point where they live on the map, they can provide us with the residency details. That landmark that you talk about in that area, Mswazi's shop or whatever it is, it can be written as part of the description. But what is very key is that when you indicate on the map, we are unable to link you to a particular voting district within a ward. That will cater for not just rural areas, but also in townships where we do not have formal structures, or even those people that do not have a shelter and they happen to stay somewhere under the bridge. They will have to describe where they live, and together with the official, they will have to agree on a map. This is where the person resides. And as they click on it, they will have to provide some detail. Because even though a person will say under the bridge, the question under the bridge next to which road or next to which suburb or next to which place name, there will always be an element of a geography that needs to be included in there. But indeed, you are correct. We do not have uniform addresses across the country, and descriptions are welcome as long as they are identified within a particular voting district. The issue of people who, or you're asking whether we need to have a category of saying, if you come from this house, you must only have so many people. Unfortunately, we can't. But what we do is, that's the reason why we have this discussion. We want to be transparent and say, this is the information we got from voters that says they stay in this voting district and in this particular address. Obviously, if it is a high-rise building, there is a possibility that there should be more than those number of people using the same address. That makes sense. But yes, we've had instances wherein it's a 4-roomed house and you've got hundreds of people registered against that. And we're picking it up ourselves proactively through our data analytics, which we need to fix. That's why I said it's a shared responsibility between the voters must first provide the correct information when they register. Secondly, we need to pick up those anomalies. And if we miss it, we expect the partners, particularly political parties, to highlight those when they have a provisional role for inspection and raise them up objections. But more importantly, we don't even have to wait for the period of inspection or the period of where we issue the provisional role for inspection. Our partners, such as civil society, political parties, can approach us now for a copy of the voters' roll so that we can jointly identify those cases where we suspect registration is not accurately reflected. Now, the issue regarding the officials that were not workshopped, that's the word that was used, in the last election. I think you referred to 2021, but I think by extension goes to the last election as well in 2024. The Commission has come to a decision to reconsider the quality and experience of our electoral staff. We are mindful of the challenges that deals with employment in this country, especially amongst the young people, and obviously not necessarily young people, there's a lot of unemployment in this country. So in the last election, due to that reality, we have had presiding officers' positions being occupied by the youth. And unfortunately, when it came to crunch times, that's one element of it in terms of the experience and maturity in terms of managing a very complex operation like a voting station. We've since realized that we need to reconsider. For the positions of a presiding officer and a deputy, that usually refers to when we do the election itself, but it also goes for registration officials as we approach the upcoming registration weekend. We need people that have got 8 years experience and above in terms of managing that kind of a complex operation that can be highly charged, especially in competitive political landscapes like KZN. Then we also accept that, yes, indeed, our applications gave us challenges, or the systems as you refer to. We have reviewed all applications and we made sure that they will operate continuously without the need for somebody to go to a fallback option. If you look at the smart device, it's a fully functional computing device. It's got memory, meaning it can store information locally on itself, such as the voters' roll. And if we were to come and check, their details can be revealed on the copy of the voters' roll on the device. So there is no need for us to rely on internet connectivity all the time. So in other words, the type of people to deploy have been revisited and the applications themselves have been revisited. But I want to underscore something. We are still mindful that the other electoral staff that are not presiding officers and deputy presiding officers, we are going to use that as an opportunity to bring in women and youth that is not employed. Now, the incidences since 1994, and I think my colleague here was trying to get us to stay on to the theme for today. But I know that's the nature of our customers, PO, our customers in terms of political parties. They will have questions, whether you have this dedicated session about voter registration or not. Let me quickly respond by saying we must all be mindful that there's certain incident. We didn't talk about disinformation and misinformation, but because of the prevalence of technology, social media or new media, there are attempts for people to deliberately circulate previously shared information that has to deal with ballot boxes in the bush, for instance. We also don't have the merits of the case you are raising, but you are raising a historical issue. All I'm saying is we need to be mindful of some people who may deliberately want to recirculate an old type of content. But secondly, when it comes to those kind of issues, let's just be clear. The election, as it is currently, it has manual exercise. Registration is electronic in terms of the OVR I referred to, and the VMDs to register. But when it comes to an election, the election is still a manual exercise. You make your cross on the ballot, you put it in the ballot box, and those votes get counted at the voting station. And party agents sign off on the result slip after counting. And if party agents are not happy, they can raise objections. Now, that is a record of how the election happened in a particular voting station. And parties are allowed to take a picture of that result slip. Now, it is possible that in transit, something can happen to that ballot box. But you shouldn't forget that the ballots have already been counted. I'm not saying you should. It's something that will never happen. But just in case it happens, the assurances we'll get is that the results for that voting stations have already been counted, signed off, and captured on the result slip. The other question, I think it was directed to the PO, but I can also assist. The question was why the PO is worried. He says, but he's very worried about the voters' roll. It's actually more worried about the accuracy of the voters' roll. But let's quickly, reflect on why. The voters' roll, as Mr. Gumbi was talking about remotely there, is not something that we ourselves just generate from a vacuum. It's something that we generate based on information that we get from voters, particularly in terms of their ID number and residency details. But we check citizenship against Home Affairs. But in so doing, it may happen that the information you provided to us is not as accurate as it should be. And the reason she's worried is that we have done data analytics. We did a deep stick into our voters' roll. And we've discovered cases where you've got hundreds of people registered against a four-roomed house. It's things that we know, and we're coming out with them. And it's things that we need to address together with our partners. Starting with the voter, we're asking the voter to continuously check. And secondly, the civil society to spread the message, and also political parties to, before even the provisional roll is available for inspection, to approach us, and we can certainly make available the voters' roll for them to also check and make sure that things are correct. But lastly, I think one of the key reasons, if I share the same worry as she does, is because, ladies and gentlemen, in this election, there is no provision for a person to vote anywhere else except where the person resides in a ward and where the person is registered in that ward, and therefore only in that ward that you may be able to register. Let me just simplify for ourselves. We've just had a ward delimitation exercise concluded. If this table is your voting district in a particular ward, and the MDB decides as part of their process, a legally defined process, they need to split the voting district such that one piece belongs to Ward A or Ward 8, and the other piece belongs to Ward 7. If you do not update your details and you think you are still in Ward 7 and happens to be Ward 8, you may not be able to participate in this election. I think that's the key message, to make sure that details are always correct. And as I earlier alluded into in my presentation, if you continuously update, because we are able to locate you within a voting district, if that happens that a VD has been split by a municipal or a ward boundary, in this case, we will just automatically update your details and notify you. But the challenge is, if you have not been interacting with us recently with our enhanced platforms where we can locate within a VD, you still have an address that says eThekwini. Because remember, we don't know in which VD in eThekwini. If all of you has an address that says eThekwini, and you didn't update your details to tell us where in eThekwini, when the MDB has subdivided a VD where you are registered against, will not be able to help you from national office. And therefore your details will not be up to date. So it's very key that you update your details. Because unlike in the last election, if I may quickly refer to the last election, you had something called Section 24A, is in a provision in the law, Section 24A of the Electoral Act. But simply it allowed you to indicate where will you be on election day so that you are able to vote wherever you are. In this election, there's no such provision. You register where you live and vote where you are registered. I hope I've covered the majority.
Sanibona futhi. The issue of a limitless number for people that are coming to South Africa, for now it remains the same. This is more like a man that has entered into a polygamous marriage. When the man still sees that I'm fit, I can bring number 45. It will be like that. So currently, to be honest with you, there is nothing, but we take note of the concern that at some stage we need to limit numbers. I think internationally we are the only country that is a free-flowing country. Okay. And then the issue of IDs, like you've said. Colleagues, please note, at Home Affairs, as much as we're a custodian of Birth Registration Act, however, we capture information from our partners, that is Department of Health, when it comes to birth, right? Now, with the amendments that we have done, now we also register kids whereby mommies gave birth at home. There was no healthcare specialist that was there, right? So we've created a PBA form for that. Now, coming to the fact that you went to DHA to try and apply for the child's ID. Remember, we've exceeded the scope. You must bring us a proof that indeed you've got a relationship with the child. Remember, we want to make sure that we link the child within your family as well. So that we don't, because another trend when it comes to foreign corruption, SA citizens, they first register bogus kids on our system for SASSA grant purposes, right? Now, when those kids turn 16 or 18 years, now they know that the tab will be closed on the other side. Now they will take that birth certificate and sell it to a non-SA citizen. That's now and then our NPR gets contaminated. So that's why you can see that now there are stringent measures just to make sure that we do what is right. But in the near future, remember that when a mommy gives birth, even if a woman is married, who health does not include the particulars of a father, right? They only get inserted by Home Affairs. If the father is not present to acknowledge paternity, then we can never insert the particulars. That's how it works. And also, why are we doing that? It is because we've got a challenge in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo of daddy scams, whereby SA women are selling kids to non-SA citizens, so they obtain permits to be in the country because of the kids. Now they appear. On that note, we now require a DNA for birth registration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there was a question at the back, whether statistics can they do a little bit of deep analysis in terms of this database. In my presentation, I think I tried to explain the statistical production. So Ntate Aphane here sits with the voter registration. So there's a criteria that you use to be part of the voter registration. And he has already mentioned that they are doing a deep analysis in terms of analytic to see whether who's supposed to be in the voter registration and who's not supposed to be in voter registration. Then I think Home Affairs they have already explained now that there's a what we call National Population Register, which sits with Home Affairs. Home Affairs is responsible to ensure that they do what we call it the quality analysis in terms of trying to understand who's supposed to be in the voter, the NPA, I mean National Population Register, and who's knows. And from our side, we have data sets that talks to the population in terms of, and remember, in terms of population, is not saying that those number of people who have counted, they are legitimate for voting. So we, for example, talking about census. Census, we said was sitting about 62 million people within the borders of South Africa. And we are estimating around 2.4 million people who are foreign born. That doesn't necessarily mean that if you are foreign born, you are not able to vote. And I think it was being explained by Obaba Aphane here. And in the recent data set that we have released, we're talking about 3.1, 3.2 million foreign born who are in the borders of South Africa. I'm bringing this discussion because every time when we present, there's always the discussion about undocumented migrants. In our country, we don't have a database of undocumented. We do have undocumented when you look at how they interact with the state. For example, in Home Affairs, they will have people who came to the country without the right paper, and they will have a process of how they, deal with that. That is just one portion. In the subs also, they have those who have committed crime, and then they find that they don't have papers, and they become part of undocumented. In the health department, similarly, and also in other. So we do have undocumented in terms of the number sitting in different departments. What we are trying to do as data says that we try to see how we can able to link all this database and able to have a better understanding of undocumented migrants in South Africa. It's a quite challenging one because you mentioned that what's happening in the other jurisdiction. It's a very complex one when you look at the undocumented one, especially in the other jurisdiction. What we can able to tell is the documented one, because through the systems of Home Affairs, we are able to tell. The other avenue that we can use is to look at the surveys where you're asking whether someone is a foreign born, and those become your proxy in terms of understanding who's within the country. As I said, we are still working on trying to link all these other systems when taking to undocumented one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there were some questions that were directed to our PO, but for now, I will reserve our PO for last. And let me proceed and take the second round of questions. 5 again, in any order. I will allow my people on the floor to recognize you and also arrange the order in which they will take you. You can start from there, Mazibu. But okay, thank you. Maybe I should add this. I will request that in asking a question, you become very brief on the preface. Don't preface your questions too long. Just try hard to go direct to the question so that we save time. Do not preface your question with a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Wandile Langa from Accord. It's great to be here. Just a quick question, and I think it's an important question that needs to be asked. It is primarily the youth question. As the MC said, I will not give a preface. I wanted to, but I'll pause myself from giving it. I'm a bit concerned when it comes to the youth in terms of, does the voters' roll include those that went to the ballot in terms of youth? I think it will be an interesting stat just to see in terms of, did they go to vote, those that were on the voters' roll when it comes to young people? I raise this question because it is a nation building exercise that we're implementing. And we need to understand whether the youth want to be part of a nation building exercise or not. And then it determines what it is that we do with youth, because I'm concerned that it can't be business as usual when it comes to young people. If the youth feel disenfranchised, it can't be business as usual. They're a large population and they're a growing population. There's actually an interesting UN study that says by the year of 2060, the youth population in Africa will continue to grow, while the youth population in other continents will all decline. So in reality, youth will be making most of our population here in South Africa as well. They're already over 30%. So I think, Dr. James, when we talk about youth and the voters' role, I would like to know what is going on behind the voter education process when it comes to the youth. What else are we doing when it comes to engaging with youth? Perhaps there's also a conversation that we need to have as to, do they need to be between the ages of 16 and 18 for us to engage with them? What do we do pre-engaging with them before that time so that they understand that they are citizens of this country? We need a buy-in. We need a buy-in. Without any buy-in, we have what happened in Libya, what we refer to as the Arab upspring. We have what's happened in Burkina Faso, what is happening in most of our other African countries, where youth are the main ones leading what you call it, coup d'etats and the overthrowing of governments. That is my major concern, that a disenfranchised youth is a huge concern. So how do we get their buy-in? Thank you.
I'm here.
Sanmanan, mine is short and sweet. Mama Singa Siyabonga. These interactions are always mind-broadening. Mamdu, we see the initiatives that Home Affairs has made in terms of the mobiles, the hubs, the banks, which crunches the numbers in terms of Home Affairs. Has there been any discussions in terms of education? Because as we were sitting in this table, we were learning as well. And in terms of the IEC aspect, we will then no longer be fighting at the gates, Baba Funani Laba, or my man, or my friend. Because you've now eliminated that aspect and told us that most of the problems circulating around them is initially abo shengsta, no snare, so is there any way, maybe some sort of discussions where, for example, like IEC, they go out to educate and spread this information? If we at this age and who move in these spaces are only finding out now, can maybe some initiative be made in terms of that? Thank you.
Angibingelele igama uNkosinathi from Pan-Africanist Congress of Azani from Emkhanyakude Juzini. Cha, okwami nje kumbala ngifisa ukuthi ngithole ukucaciseleka through itheme namhlanje integrity, inclusion and trust from registration to result. Ngizoqala from ngibonga ukwazi about i-voters role ukuthi ichaza ukuthini. Okwami engifisa ukukubuza from IEC ukuthi wenze iphutha elikhulu kulonyaka, njengoba sazi ukuthi every 5 years ngaphambi ukuthi kube nama local government election kuye kufika uMDB okuyena ozoklama imingcele yamawadi nomasipala. So kulonyaka kunokudideka okukhulu engibona ukuthi kuzoqhatha abahlali abavotayo, ngoba ubeqeda ukukhuluma uMr James ukuthi if besplita la akwazi ukuthi sake saba nalenkinga ukuthi uMDB uyahamba phezulu kwezindlu uline la alokhuza khona, so akwazi ukuthi ngihlala endlini eyi1 sonke siyifamily bese ngokuthi emakhaya ke la sokhona eJozini izindlu zikanje but siwumndeni owodwa, and then bese ungiqhamula mina ukuthi sengibelonga kule ward engapha nomunye ubelonga ngapha wathi sihlala endaweni eyodwa ekhaya elilodwa. Okunye number 2 ukuthi IEC wenza njani as ngisuka ngapha eMkhanyakude. We have ama borders Swaziland, Mozambique, whereby sesithola abantu from eSwazini abazoza bezovota ngapha eNgwavumi under Jozini, nako Mozambique bayovota koManguzi. Ukuthi ke lapho ke u-IEC wenza lophu uhlelo mayelana lolu uMs Dube beyathi ekhuluma ngalo ukuthi ke umphakathi ulekelela kuphi kanjani. So ngelinye ilanga nami in future bengithanda ukuthi kuzo zonke ama discussion nezinqumo ezithathwayo ukuthi uMDB akabe khona azosho ukuthi mayethi yena ngokwami, because I did see kwaNongoma this by elections. So ngizongena nalapho ke kancane ukuthi ngibuza ukuthi awukwazi ukuthi iningi labantu labakhona khona ubathathe ubancishe ilungelo labo lokuvotela umuntu abamthandayo ngenxa yene ye-demarcation ukuthi akabelong la, usebelonga ngapha. So ngaleyo nto ye-address sengiphethe ukuthi ke i-address njengoba isizoshintshwa ngiyabeza abanye bayasho ke but angeke kufanele urban and rurals whereby silokhuzwa nge-street number gama lomgwaqo. Emakhaya akukho njalo, kunamahlathi yabo. So umuntu mezosho le address ethi mina ngivote eklinikhi ethize while lento baba James obaduyisho ukuthi usengapha yabo, ukuthi ke lapho ke kuzolokhuza kanjani leyo address and iyothatha isikhathi kangakanani kwa IEC ukushintsha or ukupdate ukuthi system mase ngithi mina angisavote eCezwane clinic sengivota eSikhali sanamuhla primary school, ukupdate leyo information leyo ukuthi ishintshe iaddress ukuze ukuthi makufike usuku lokhetho lingangifici ngisabiza kule ndawo kade ngikhona khona sengibiza ngapha ukuthi mhlambe leyo period othatha isikhathi ngakanani ukuthi isystem yenu iupdate iaddress. Ngiyabonga.
Good day. My name is Kamala Thomas. Thank you to the presenters for a very informative presentation and encouraging us to know that this one topic of the voters' roll is really something that's on each and every one of our hearts. My questions are, with regards to the voters' registration, something that I've picked up is in a home where there's not many people, the 4-bedroom house that houses 4 to 8 people, they registered in 2 different voting districts within that ward. I don't know how that is happening, but it is very visible on the voters' roll on the IEC system. People moving to different voting districts within the ward. So I find that, I don't know if it's a glitch in the system or whether it's just something that from a previous voters' roll that hasn't been updated. The second thing is, previously to the VDMs, we noticed that the manual voters' roll that we have at the voting station, yes, abuse from certain political parties of that system, but on the other hand, it was very important that we had it there as political parties, because we had found out that on voting day, the voters phone political party people. They phone us and say, I went to the voting station to vote, but I couldn't vote because they said my name is not on the voting station. And this is people that have already went into the voting station and were turned away from IEC officials, not from the outside. So then the question goes to the way we have to now phone Ms. Msinga and worry her and find out and then investigate from there why this happened. Now, that could also have been resolved if we had checked previously or they phoned us and checked. So that is one scenario. The second scenario is to that where voters actually phone us before they go to the voting station, and then they check that they're not registered, they cannot vote, but they voted post 1994. And then after 1994, they didn't vote. So this begs a question to the Home Affairs, where we also found out that there are South African citizens that are living in South Africa that had voted before, but they cannot vote now because suddenly the IEC voters roll system picked up that they were foreign individuals. So we had brought up that incident previously. I hope now with the new dispensation, we're not going to see that happening. And my third question was, sorry, is we had known previously about people being deregistered from the voters roll. I may have missed an update, but I know Mrs. Masinga just informed us last year that there was about 480 people that were deregistered. We just need an update on whether they are now re-registered or what is the aim behind coming off the voters roll. Thank you very much.
Ngicela ukunibingelela. My name is Tisen Dlamini from Controversies Party. First and foremost, I would like to thank the IEC for calling this seminar. I think this has been long overdue. Secondly, I want to make a proposal before I can ask some few questions from various panelists that were presenting here. We at least all agree on one thing. And that thing is the credibility of the voting results depend on the credibility of the voters' roll. We agree on that. And if that is the case, I don't think the time is on our side. I would like to quote Umama Umasinga, okhulume ngokuthi we have 4 months to do a perfect voters' roll. 4 months. And if that is the case, the main question for me and my party is, when are we getting involved as political parties on this process? Because as for now, there's a compilation process, inspection and certification. And as the custodians of the voters' roll, because we are all here just because of this voters' roll and the data contained in the voters' roll. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here as political parties if it wasn't for that data contained in the voters' roll. Now, leaving all this to the IEC in the compilation stage, I think it's a, let us see this important part of the process to the IEC and not get involved in the compilation process. That's where we are missing the point. So my suggestion is that now, because Kata Senaso, Upinde watu Mamumbuli, she wants to end this culture of objections. I think objections are robbing us. Because the time we get this voters' roll to object, I because there is no committee, there is no standard line to say, if I find this mistake on this voters' roll, whom should I target? So we want to get into the data center. In fact, I think you guys need to take us on the process. From the data center to Home Affairs, to wherever. System integrate because another thing, is there a seamless integration of these systems? Are they talking to each other? If they do, Home Affairs. Kwenzeka kanjani if lama systems ekhuluma nama systems IEC uthola voters roll nabantu abangasekho kodwa they are still contained in the voters roll. I think if we don't take care of business, sizohlala isikhala. That's why ubaba ubani okhuluma ngokuthi MK ikhalile lapha. Ikhalile lapha eParliament ikhala nge-secret ballot. Sifuna uyi-avoid lanto baba. So a suggestion and the proposal that I put forward is for the creation of a voters' roll committee. This is going to include our political parties. In the next session, which I propose should be in June after registration, what you call weekends, iphela. Sithi sibuya la nathi sesikhona abahleli lapha. Why are you sitting that side and we are sitting on this side? Whereas we are all stakeholders. It means we are not fully represented. So we want masibuya ngoJune. Sibuya sonke sesihleli ngale sithi cha ihamba kamnandi kanje. Sesisebenze safika la. Siya communicate on daily basis kube nama weekly report on this matter. If it is important, not unless it's not important. I thank you.
Thank you. Was that the last one?
It was the fifth one.
Oh, okay. No, thank you. Now I'll take it back to my panel for response. But maybe a quick one. I can tell you, Uguchi, mawukhuluma nge-voters roll nge-involvement. We involved already because Mr. Aphane ushilo at any time, voters roll, you can raise objections. So njengamanje voters roll we have access to the voters roll. You see anomalies in the voters roll. You can raise objections at any time. So we are involved. There is no time you've been not involved. There is no time you've been put aside or outside. We are inside. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Assistant Program Director. And I would like to just weigh in. I won't repeat what he said, but I will just indicate that in my last slide, I said this is a joint responsibility. So let's work together. You're indeed correct. Let's work together to do that. You also asked the question if our systems are seamlessly integrated. We have very close relationships with DHA as personnel ourselves. And we have regular sessions with them. We've got dedicated technical teams that talk almost on a daily basis. In terms of systems, we have just recently, in the past, received a data set from DHA, the base data, the NPR. And we use it to make sure that people that applied qualify as voters according to the NPR statuses, such as the ones that my sister, eloquently explained. Now, the thing we're picking up in terms of deceased voters, because we're asking for integration, we have created a facility wherein we are going to, instead of getting a physical file as we currently do, we're going to be connected online to DHA. We already have access to that web service where we can call on the fly or live, like the banks do. But the issue is, if there is external factors affecting the service, is going to interfere with our ability to provide a service to you as a voter. Hence, we still rely on the most recent snapshot. I know it goes into technicalities, but the simple answer is yes, we are integrated, both from he's shaking his head, from a personality point of view, but also from the systems point of view. We can certainly improve if you think we are not as seamless as we should be, but we definitely are integrated with Home Affairs. But the point I wanted to indicate is that she was very clear. If people report a person as deceased and the person is not deceased, it's going to appear as such on Home Affairs. So that's the underlying thing in terms of the accuracy of data sets on both sides. Now, quickly to the issue regarding the youth figures, I was checking and I took a picture of my slide because you're asking the concern you have regarding the youth, not just in terms of registration, but participation. It's also indeed our concern. And we have figures there that shows that participation is also not as high as we like it to be in terms of the youth. You're asking us, what are we doing about it? The IEC has not always had a dedicated outreach component. We do now have an outreach component headed by a Deputy Chief Electoral Officer. It's been around for quite some time, but it has a full staff complement, including people that we call municipal outreach officers. These are field workers that are in each municipality for the purpose of reaching out to the youth and encouraging them to participate. But beyond that, we also have got partnerships with Department of Education, wherein we're not only talking to people that are eligible to register and later vote, but as you rightly pointed out, we are getting involved in the school curriculum to make sure that people appreciate the importance of participation in democracy. Now, in terms of the MDB cutting through households or a house wherein one part of the house is in this ward and the other one is in the other ward, I think we should all appreciate where we all come from as a country, and in most particular, our partners, the Municipal Demarcation Board. The Municipal Demarcation Board uses our voting districts to build wards. Some years back, we did not have enough accurate baseline data. Because when you create a voting district, you use the voting age population from census. They gave it to us according to the EAs at the time when we first created voting districts. But you need to be mindful of the physical environment, the topography. And at that time, we also worked together with the Department of Land Affairs. They gave us the cadastral data. This is the data that helps us to create the units, the voting district units, and the farm boundaries. We did not have aerial photography at the time, so we used what was available at the time. Now, as you know, communities do not see boundaries. Communities outgrow boundaries. So a settlement will just grow and is going to go over a boundary. It may happen that the boundary had no house cutting at the time, and I'll come to the issue of cutting later, but because people build, when you start overlaying aerial photography, you start seeing that, oh no, this boundary, whether it's a voting district, a ward, a municipality, is actually cutting through a settlement. But we have continuously worked together with our partners, the MDB, to do what we call technical review of boundaries. And we've corrected those. And as we speak now, we are heavily reliant on not just aerial photography, but the most recent aerial photography. So if that was an issue picked up in the past, we are welcome to receive details, and we can check if we can do something ourselves as the IEC, because the wards, unfortunately, have been finalized. We cannot change the ward boundaries. But if you picked up something, we can share with the MDB for the next opportunity to review the boundaries. But we are aware that because of lack of accurate data in the baseline data, by the way, the electoral boundaries may not be as accurate as should be, but we have done the best we could with the data we have. And also goes into the comment regarding Swaziland, Mozambique people. I think you indicate that they might be participating here where they shouldn't. We, as rightly pointed by the PhD candidate from University of Johannesburg, we read the status as is captured on DHA, it's NPR. And I like the presentation that my sister there gave. That said, there's various ways in which you become a citizen and therefore qualify to vote. So you might be seeing people coming from next door in a country that comes here, but you may find that they are actually, according to the details they have or the details we have of them against the NPR, they qualify. They may be, but if you have a particular case, we are happy to look into it and investigate. But as it stands now, the citizen status is read on our side from the NPR that is handled and managed by DHA. And in terms of how will the IEC, or how long the IEC is going to take to update the details of people that I've indicated they may be affected by a ward boundary, the message is we need to start now to check if there are such cases. And now that we have not yet implemented our voting district review, the only first, the phase that has happened is the Municipal Demarcation Board. We're still reviewing our voting districts. But the reason we're asking people to continuously check is if they do, they are interacting with our most recent enhanced platforms that have built-in mapping facilities. You will be able to locate yourself in a particular voting district, in a ward. And if the opportunity arises after we have finished with our voting district review and delimitation, we are going to be able to electronically reallocate you in the correct ward. But the key thing, we'll have to notify you so that you are aware of that change. Now, if it happens that you didn't, we're going to launch something called TCR, Targeted Communication and Registration. We'll start somewhere in late April, May, towards the middle of May. This is called TCR because these are targeted. T is for targeted. C, communication, R for registration. It's not going to be everyone in the country, ladies and gentlemen. It will be only those people whose registration details have been affected by either the ward delimitation itself or us as the IEC, as we have reviewed the voting districts and population movements. We've recognized that in this area, the settlement has grown such that we need to create a new voting district for the purpose of improving access to the voting station. So we will target those areas as well. If we found you, we'll register you, and if we can't find you, we'll communicate a message. When will that happen? That will be in May. And certainly by that time, if you check your registration details on our facilities, such as the SMS 32810, you will get a customized message for the VD in which you reside, which has been affected. So the systems will tell you that your VD has been affected by a boundary change. We might not tell you whether it was a ward or just a VD, but we're going to tell you your VD has been affected by a boundary change. Please go and update. But the sooner, the better, because if you continuously check, we may be able to help you with just updating without having to visit you, which will be a fieldwork exercise. Now, Pops Thomas, you were talking about people in the same household, the one registered here, the other one registered there. Now, in the same ward, different VDs. Look, it's something that people may decide to do on their own because of convenience. I've also picked up instances wherein you may find that this main road here, it's a ward boundary or just a VD boundary. And the opposite of this main road, there is a voting station. If you did things correctly, it means your voting station will be this side, a couple of 2 kilometers away. Shouldn't be that long because we review for that purpose to ensure access is as easy as possible. But you may find that members of the same family, they gave an address that takes them to the nearest voting station, even in a different VD, which is not supposed to be the case. Hence, we call upon my brother there from MK saying, when are we going to start? The answer is now, as indicated. We ourselves do analytics to pick up those anomalies. And secondly, we are inviting you to have access to the voters roll so you can help us pick up those anomalies. And by the time we issue a provisional roll for inspection, then you can raise objections. But currently, it's a joint responsibility. When you approach us, you don't have to follow the Section 12 process. You can simply identify those weaknesses, then we can correct them as a technical correction and not as a legally defined objections process wherein the commission needs to consider and decide. And you also speak about voters that have been turned away. And you also have voters that register post 94 and then now they cannot vote. It is for this reason that we have this session. And it's for this reason that if you follow the media, traditional media and new media, we are continuously advertising for people to go online and check. Because if you wait up until the last day when the voters roll is certified, we will not be able to help you. regardless of what the problem was. Currently, the role is open for individuals to check and update, and for partners like you to also get copies to do an assessment. And lastly, deregistration. Yes, it's been a trend that we picked up. And I think your question is what must be done? If somebody has been deregistered, what is it that he or she can do to get back? This I need to to underscore or emphasize. It is a self-initiated process. It's not the IEC that is deregistering people. These are the people that approach us, they fill in a form, they sign it off saying, remove me. If they have second thoughts in terms of their decision, regardless of how they came to their decision, whether they've been coerced or something that we may have had, they are allowed to take themselves back onto the voters' roll. And the only way they can do that is they must re-register again. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I will request that we finished the hands that were outstanding from the last round, and then that would be the last, only those that were up on the last round, and then we are wrapping up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How many do we have now? Okay, thank you. And then we are closing. Thanks.
Greetings to the IEC, the stakeholders. My name is Elton Ndlovu, the Royal House member of Mafuza Chieftaincy, standing here today as a national chairperson for SACOXO. I would like to ask only one thing. What is or what strategies that you have as IEC, the stakeholders, that seeks to digitize the voters' education, to activate a voting persona for the lost youth that appears in voting roll? What concept of digitizing the IEC services that you have as stakeholders and as IEC? We're now living online. Most of people, particularly youth, are online. If you go to the State SA page right now to your smartphones, you'll find only 2 or 3 likes of the most recent post. You go to Home Affairs page, just now, you will find that there's no engagement. You go to IEC page on Facebook, there's no engagement. What are the digital strategies that you have to bring back the lost voters on the roll? Approximately, it's 1.4 million of youth that doesn't engage, that does not exercise their voting right. What strategies that you have? Thank you.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke ngokwigaba senu. Ugobe izizwe okamakhanya lo usamqhamuka komkhonto wesizwe. Just got one question. Lento ye online voter registration. What I've experienced by election. Yokuthi abantu umuntu orejistile kwi VD ethile. But ithola ukuthi washintsha ku online, washintshela kwenye mhlambe omunye umasipala angaze ahlale ngisho ukuhlala khona. Lento ye online voter registration, can you have a one-time PIN so that umuntu engahamba oshintsha ama details omunye umuntu without consent yakhe? Because la bengikhona kwaNongoma, I had 135 people abebeshintshiwe bengazi ukuthi bashintshiwe kanjani. Can IEC assist us to create a OTP so that umuntu angakwazi ukumshintsha ngaphandle kwemvume yakhe? Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the colleagues in the House and all the leadership in the House. My question was directed to Umam Dube from Home Affairs. It's actually, oh, sorry, I apologize. It's just that I had decided not to have a say, so I do apologize for not standing up. My question was around the mobilizing truck from Home Affairs. I wanted to find out if there is a schedule that is accessible to the public that the political parties can also access and assist in mobilizing for the people that might need identifications. And also maybe if we can be given a clear direction in terms of how we can request that service as well as political parties. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, Gada from ATM. My question is not just around the integrity of the voters' roll, but also the intelligence of it. Let me put a scenario. There is a by-election at Ward 100 at Tegwini. And all of a sudden, there's a migration of about 100 people from Flagstaff, and they register, they pick up, register the addresses, and they register in that ward, and they participate, obviously, in the by-elections on the day of the by-elections. Conveniently so, when it comes to the next general elections, whether they are national, provincial, or local government, they appear moved back to Flagstaff and change and updated their addresses and enjoy participation in the registration. Now, does the system does it have the intelligence to pick up something like that, to say there is this population, there is this group of people, they were staying in Durban in this ward and they participate in this registration. All of a sudden, they all moved back and they're participating this side so that it can trigger a question to say, let's report this to SAPS and to investigate this thing. Probably will pick up that they were taken by a bus to go and register this, that they never stayed this side and deal with that and pick up a criminal case or a breach of a Electoral Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will request our PO to handle all the last set of questions. And but before the PO, I will request Mrs. Umafiki to take one question that was directed to her regarding the Home Affairs issue, and thereafter I will open the floor for our PO to sort of take all the last questions and bring clarity, maybe even those that were asked. She may see how she deals with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. On the issue of mobile trucks for Home Affairs, I will share with Ms. Klengi with Lamini. I'm a contact detail for the entire KwaZulu-Natal province because each district has got its own coordinator, whereby you can then send your request and then they'll attend to you. But currently we are focusing on the first-time applicants using mobile trucks. Hence we've got a school campaign project meant for that. Someone earlier on asked the issue of civic education and public awareness. Yes, we do such. You can also send a request as well to any DHA and request for a public awareness. But currently, we are taking it to the young ones. We feel that if we can teach our kids what is correct, probably our country can change faster. Okay. And then the issue of that, there's a lady that raised something about blocked IDs that you were allowed to vote in 1994, but before you know it, now there are queries with your ID. What you need to note is that I think you've seen on TV, our minister has called for backlog and revoking of certain statuses. So other people that obtained IDs fraudulently that we can't link to any family trace, then their IDs are blocked. Then they still need to prove to us and beyond that indeed they are SA citizens and they belong to certain trees within the country. Thank you.
Mphathi sihlalo sekuyimini wangiziba pho mphathi sihlalo. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and be very short. I know Guti, we have long passed our lunch time. We had hoped to have lunch latest by 1:30, but I also understand the significance of what we are dealing with here. Let me start with the aspect of youth, because I think that's one of the questions that came from a court, but it's just kept coming up as well. We are involved in a number of initiatives, which James did touch on the work that we do with the curriculum development in the Department of Education. That's the work that goes on outside of elections. It doesn't wait for elections. We spend 2 weeks in the start of any academic year with the Department of Education curriculum advisors, and we help them infuse civic education content into the formal school curriculum, so that at least those that are inside the classroom have an opportunity of getting this content in the classroom. We work with life orientation subject advisors, who are now called curriculum advisors, to assist them. We don't only give them content, we even go to the point of developing lesson plans for them on thematic areas around civic education, including the significance of a voter's role to exercise your political rights. So in terms of captured audiences, it's easier. We do the same thing with tertiary institutions. We work with student governance units in tertiary institutions. We don't only go there to assist them with their SRC elections. We have a program that we run continuously. We did it last year in September. We are going back again once things have stabilized in tertiary institutions. The whole of April, we're going to be in tertiary institutions again to run these activation campaigns to get young people to get themselves on the voters' roll. But part of the reasons we do things like this is to try to get as many stakeholders as possible. Our biggest challenge is unorganized youth. We had a seminar last month with all youth formations of all political parties, youth from religious formations, SRCs, all the organized youth formations, where we looked at how we can jointly devise a strategy of getting young people involved. And we all agreed that the challenge is the unorganized youth. That is not linked to anything. They're not part of anything in their communities. They've just lost interest. And we're looking at how we can get them interested again. And some of the suggestions that are coming here today did come up in that youth seminar that we had. And we are implementing various options. Somebody asked about where we are. We are on all digital platforms. But let us be honest. We don't sell a product as the commission. So our website is not going to be as popular as a Coca-Cola website. So we are saying we want to be invited to feature in other entities' platforms that are ordinarily visited by young people. We started our own podcast as the IEC. It's definitely not going to be as popular as a podcast Penwell, because people love Penwell. So we are saying now we want to feature in Penwell's podcast, because it's like when we go to communities and we say the IEC is calling a meeting to educate about the changes that have happened in your ward boundaries and VD boundaries, they won't come. Somebody else needs to call them. So we are saying, if you are that person that young people ordinarily listen to when you speak, rather invite us to your events. because we are not an attractive institution. Tomorrow, so all ubeqinisela impela, I think ufuze othe if you go now and check ama likes on website aka IEC Stats SA, Home Affairs and everyone else, awekho, because we are not selling a product that is attractive to anyone. So we are looking for ideas on how you can bring us in on your own platforms, so that in your platform, you are not talking to yourselves, but we are bringing us as the Electoral Commission to answer to your own audiences on all sorts of allegations that do come up around elections. So we want, even no matter how many digital platforms you can feature in as the Electoral Commission, it's going to be the same, because we don't sell products that people are going to rush into in the social media platforms. Now, iphutha elenziwe IEC ngama-ward boundaries, just a quick one to summarize. EMDB is similar to us as the Electoral Commission. We are confined by the legislation that governs how we function as an organization. So EMDB nayo is governed by legislation. Once you have exceeded a norm that is permissible in a ward, in a municipality, that changes from municipality to municipality. No two municipalities have got the same norm in terms of the number of people that have got to be in a ward in any municipality. Once that number has been exceeded by 15%, you have exceeded the permissible threshold. They are forced to remove a certain number of people in that ward. Baba fake kwenye, so that there is always that equitable spread of people in a ward. I'm not talking for the MTP, but I'm explaining how they work, because they don't make those laws themselves. What needs to change in this country is the framework for the determination of the population in a ward, and things that needs to be considered. I know ukuthi namakhosi besihlangene nawo akhala ngokuthi indawo zamakhosi zisplithiwe. Unfortunately, the legislation doesn't talk to those kind, although the law says consider not splitting communities. But the MDB is also confined in this. The law also says once you have exceeded a threshold that is permissible in the ward by 15%, reduce the number of people and move them to a particular ward. So that's something that's not going to change until the law and the framework that governs how the MDB works changes. Now, our responsibility, the wards have now been concluded. Let's accept that, except for the 4 municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal. Alfred Duma, Nkosi Langalbalele, neTheku, what's the 4th one? Umkhambathini. Those are the only 4 municipalities where there's still going to be an opportunity. MDB is still going to issue notices for you to lodge objections against their proposed ward changes. There is a timetable for that. Do visit the MDB website. You still have an opportunity in these 4 municipalities. But that's 4 out of 44 municipalities in this province. 40 municipalities is done. It's a done deal. It's going to be another 5 years before you have an opportunity to make inputs into the ward redemarcation processes. Now, what do we do with that information? The process starts now. Like we indicated, if we have your details as the Electoral Commission, we will be sending out push messages to inform people whose VD boundaries and ward boundaries have changed. But the problem is that people don't want to give us their contact numbers. Now, if we don't have your contact number, we don't have a way for us to make sure those push messages reach you, so that you know that we are affected and therefore you need to update your registration status. So we all here carry that collective responsibility to popularize and socialize that process. Because the reason, I'm not sure whether Babu Pile is still here, the reason I'm worried about the voters' roll is because all these changes that are happening, unless people know about them, we're going to be confronted by numbers of people that are going to show up in voting stations and be turned away, because they'll be showing up in wrong voting stations. And that problem will be the IEC problem. And if the ward boundary has changed, we have no choice as the Electoral Commission but to align our voting district boundaries to the new ward boundaries. So unless all of us use these 4 months to If anything, there is a number that is 32810. All that you do, you send your ID number and it tells you where you are registered. If you no longer stay in that area, go to our online platform and update your address. It will automatically place you on the correct segment of the voters roll. So if anything, I'm not going to talk about generic addresses because we know the history of the voters roll in this country. At some point, the address was not an issue. There are people since the advent of the need by the address, of the need of an address, after the constitutional decision in 2015, 2016, the address was not an issue. Now it is an issue. But there are people who have never provided us with an address. But if those people show up, whether during by-elections or a general election, the law says before we allow them to vote, they have to provide us an address first. But there are people who are sitting with addresses that still place them in places where they no longer stay. And they will show up where they stay, and on election day, they will be turned away because their names do not appear on the correct segment of the voters roll. So if anything, the 32810 is a number that every single person should have in this country, where you send your ID number and you get confirmation of where your voting station is. And if you need to change this, you can change it online. The 0800 11 8000 is a free toll number where you can phone and you can talk to someone on the other side on our contact center, and they can guide you on this process. But I was very happy when someone said it's not the IEC responsibility alone. The campaign that we are running through a department, Kababu Aphane, is a campaign that says, is your registration details, own them. Part of owning your registration details is not allowing yourself to be used in by-election. I'm using Unongoma because it's the recent by-election that we had. People don't understand that if iqembu lihayarishile la yokuregister kwaNongoma in an address, as IEC, we never know what you were now uyosiza iqembu uhlala khona, because siyayazi history of South Africa, we can't ask for a proof of address. Umuntu mezo register because we'll disenfranchise a lot of people. We take it at face value. But before we certify a voters roll, we give that voters roll to political parties that are contesting in that municipality. City is scrutinizing and come back and tell us if you feel there is an element that needs to be investigated here. And parties do come back, lodge objections, but that doesn't have to wait until there's a by-election. Anytime, unfortunately, if you want a copy of the voters roll outside of any declared election, iyadayisa. Ayiwona umali. But once there is a declared by-election or a declared general election, anyone contesting that election gets that voters roll for free. But it's a good investment for a party to even buy the voters roll now and scrutinize it now when we still have time, so that we deal with any voters roll objection. Kunabantu obathola ukuthi bawu-100 bonke bathi sihlala esigodini sakwaMasinga. What we are doing now, we are trying to get in touch with those people and say, can you give us more information so that there is something that differentiates abantu basesigodini sakwaMasinga abaga Ward 1 abaga Ward 2. Snigeni additional information so that on the voters roll, bengaveli babo 100 kuthiwa esigodini sakwaMasinga. Babo 100 kube khona abathe esigodini sakwaMasinga kodwa eduze nesitolo sakaZondo. Sebe abasafani ke lapho, at least we have an idea ukuthi whilst bevela kuma Ward awu-3 abantu besigodi sakwaMasinga, but abafola under Ward 1 bona bathi eduze nesitolo sakabani. So that's the campaign that we're trying to run with political parties so that we deal with the voters roll issues now, because once the voters roll has been certified, unfortunately there's very little that we can do. Let's also encourage abantu ukuthi online registration is not only for people that want to register afresh. It's people who want to update their details. Maybe in Data James, one of the things we need to do on our advert, let's not emphasize, where is he? Let's not emphasize new registrations, because new registrations are not so much our problem. Our problem is people on the voters roll that are appearing on the wrong segment of the voters roll. We want a campaign that says update your address on the voters roll, give the IEC your contact number so that if you are affected and you need to re-register, you get a push message from the IEC. Because if staff says let's gonna be on the field May to visit all the affected communities, abantu manje mawufika emzini yabo abavuli noma kanjani. Ngeke babavulele, from experience we know. So siyaba register masibafica masingabafici, we leave a pamphlet that says your boundary has changed. Make sure ngomhla ka 2021 June you make your way to the voting station so that you update your registration status. Otherwise you won't be able to participate in these elections. The issue of deceased voters, I think with James Wikavile, they do appear on the voters roll, but they appear on the back section of the voters roll, which is the rejected voters. And that's also something we need to understand, because if noma ngabe uhamba ngeenyawo ezimbili, if status saka Home Affairs says you are deceased, to us you are deceased, because we verify your ID with them. So those are the things that people need to know now, because if you send your ID number to 32810 and it comes back and says your status is deceased, you can still fix it now before the elections. But if you discover that on election day, unfortunately you won't be able to vote. Sikbona, because Gogwa Home Affairs, you are deceased and we work based on your status on the population register. James spoke on the integration of our systems with the Home Affairs systems. Strategies to digitize voter education, I think I've touched on it. No matter what digital platform we go to as the IEC, e-youth have their favorite platforms that they go to, and we are pushing with everyone. Sine mechanism of establishing sites and platforms that have got the highest traffic, and we are pleading with those platforms as IEC, because we want to be where the young people are. So the only change that I think what James didn't mention is the WhatsApp channel that we are starting as the Electoral Commission, over and above everything else, because we have established that WhatsApp is the most used platform. Whilst see nayo manje and it provides information, we want it to be used as a registration site as well, because young people like it. So they are busy with that, and I don't remember James mentioning that. Labantu ababolekiswana nge-by-election, ngicela babalanda abanikazi babo. Labo bantu, if during the registration by-election you registered them, umthetho we-countries unga-register noma ukuphi. If you've got 2 addresses, we know abantu work in Durban, they've got homes kwaNongoma. So you will have 2 addresses. It's up to you to choose which one you use, but the latest address you provide the IEC overrides the first one. So once the first one has been overridden, for you to go back to your original address, you need to go online and update your address to where you want to vote. Because as a student, you are entitled whether to vote close to where your residence is whilst studying, but you can also choose to give an address of where you want to vote if you want to vote back home. So that is permissible, but you need to understand that the latest address is the one that will place you on a voter's roll, that on the segment of the voter's roll where you will vote. We have, in as far as political parties are concerned, we do have a provincial party liaison committee next week on Tuesday, on the 31st. I will suggest that some of the items that came from political parties today, we take them further in our meeting next week on Tuesday, because there's quite a few of them. And I don't think it will be fair for us to pursue them now. But for people outside of political parties, ngicela nibe nama details kaMadlamini, because we want to capitalize on any platform that we find anywhere to communicate this information. If you imagine the new information you got today, it tells you how much we do not know. We learn something new every day. So platforms where we can share this information as widely as possible are important, because there is nothing as dangerous as an electorate that doesn't understand the election framework. So I think I will end it at that, because otherwise there's a lot of questions, but I'm gonna leave particularly those raised by political parties, because we have another platform where we take these discussions forward. But I take the challenge after the first registration weekend, Babu Dlamini, let's meet. Let's meet like this, and let's present the status of the voters' roll after the registration weekend. I think that will be a demonstration of what has happened between now and 2021 June, when we have the first registration weekend in this country. If what happened here today meant anything to any one of us, we should see a much more improved status of the voters' roll, including the quality of addresses that will be on that voters' roll in the one that we will issue after the registration weekend. I think I will end it there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our PO for handling those round of question. Right now, I wouldn't like to waste any of your time. But before I call upon the next speaker, which will be the last for the day, you will get your, because I know you have parking tickets, right? And then you will need the parking vouchers so that you will be able to go out of the parking spaces where you are. Sneh, I have Sneh there at the back. Please see Sneh so that you'll get your parking vouchers. Ukuthi ukwazi ukukhipha imoto yakho kwi-parking. Don't intimidate, huh? Okay. Right now, allow me to call upon my next speaker, Ubaba Udokotela uZulu, umanager we-commission we-province yaKwaZulu-Natal, esizele namazwi okubonga. Thank you very much.
Program Director, Ndlovu, siyabonga. The PO, Mrs. Masinga, our keynote speaker, Ubaba James Aphane, our esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, ngiyanibingelela ntambama. At the conclusion of this thought leadership seminar on voters' role, integrity, inclusion, and trust, on behalf of the Commission, KZN office, we would like to thank all of you who have attended this session. Firstly, PO, you opened this session. We thank you very much for setting the tone for today's discussions on the importance of maintaining a credible and inclusive voters' roll. Our appreciation also goes to Mr. Aphane, who was our keynote speaker for today. Your insightful address reminded us that the credibility of elections begins long before the voting day and requires the collective efforts of institutions, stakeholders, and citizens. To our panelists, we thank you very much for your participation. Ms. Dube from Home Affairs, Mr. Molayi from Statistics South Africa, Mr. Gumbi from the University of Johannesburg, and Mr. Ndlovu from University of KwaZulu-Natal. Your perspectives have enriched this conversation and have strengthened our understanding of the importance of collaboration in safeguarding the integrity of the voters' roll. To the Program Director, Ndlovu, thank you very much for guiding the discussions today so effectively, and to all the participants that have engaged and contributed to the discussion of today. We thank you very much. Our colleagues from Outreach and the Commission. You made this possible by organizing and working behind the scenes. We also thank you very much. As we conclude, let us remember that from registrations to results, credibility is indeed a shared responsibility. Siyabonga kakhulu, sifise ngathi mase nihamba-ke ningahamba kahle nifike niphephile nasemakhaya. We thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the visit. And thank you very much to our guests and everybody in the house. We have come to the end of this session, and thank you very much for your patience. We were supposed to end at 1300, but we are still here paying attention, and I'd like to thank you very much for that. Lunch is served as you leave this house, as you exit. That's the area where lunch is served. I wish you all well. I wish you a safe journey home. And I wish that the contestation of the 2026 or 27 local government elections will be a peaceful one. And I am sure that you now, your trust in the IEC is gaining momentum, because I know you've been trusting us. It's gaining the momentum it deserves. And I know now, going forward, we will no longer come across any negative reporting, either on the social media or on the new media or in any media, because now you know how things are done. And you know how to handle any matter when you feel that you are aggrieved, the platforms to explore. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's then part our ways peacefully. Thank you.